We just got to make sure that the link is live. All right, well, thank you all for being here. We have a pretty full agenda, so we want to get this going on time. I'm Barry Lynn, and of the Open Markets Institute in Washington, and hello, Minnesota. Hello, Minneapolis. This is a great anti-monopoly state, and it is an honor to be with you today with people. A state with people who are eager to stand up against concentrated power, eager to fight for justice and democracy. This was true a century ago, and it is true today. We see this in your brave and brilliant Attorney General Keith Ellison, who we will be hearing from later today. We see this in the work of your Senator Amy Klobuchar, who has been a true hero in this fight, who has struggled enormously over the last year to get legislation across. We see this in the pioneering work of former Senator Franken, who was the first person who proposed the imposition of non-discrimination rules on platforms. And our co-hosts, the fantastic Institute for Local Self-Reliance, who've been fighting this fight for a long time and have kept the flame alive here in Minnesota. You ought to be proud. And, there's a reason that we are here today, and that is to show that this threat that's posed by concentration of power, monopoly control, it is a national problem. It affects every single person in this country, every single person. It affects our common institutions and us as individuals. It's also to show that the solutions are national in nature, and they demand the support and the work of every single person in this country. So I am now going to turn this over to my dear friend and close ally and colleague in all of this fight for many years, the real hero, Stacy Mitchell. Thanks.
Welcome, welcome. It is so great to see you all here today. This is just an incredible moment in this fight, and it's incredible that you're joining us. I want to thank Barry, and I want to thank Open Markets, just incredible leaders for many years in this fight, and incredible allies in building a movement across the country to go against monopoly and reclaim our anti-monopoly laws. I'm Stacy Mitchell. I'm the co-director of the Institute for Local Self-Reliance. We work to reverse the concentration of economic power. We are part of a growing movement to revive our anti-monopoly policies, and we also do a lot of work at the local level alongside grassroots groups, working to build community-owned broadband networks and local small businesses and local banks, distributed solar, all of the alternatives, all of the fair and just alternatives to the monopoly economy. As Barry alluded to, the reason we're in Minnesota today is in part because this is a state that has an incredible history of challenging corporate power and building fair and just economic systems and policies. This is a really important place historically for this movement, and it's also a really important place right now in terms of the leadership that is here and in terms of the people that are here. What happens here in Minnesota, the reason we're here is because what happens in Minnesota and across the country, it has everything to do with whether we're going to win this fight in Washington. Has everything to do with what you all are going to do, what your organizations are going to do, and how we're going to build this movement to restore our democracy, to restore our economic rights. Today we have an incredible lineup of speakers who in a lot of different ways, in a wide variety of ways, are working on this problem. organizing and speaking out, or in some cases at the highest levels of the administration and state government. And with that, I have the great pleasure of introducing our first keynote speaker today, Commissioner Alvaro Bedoya. Commissioner Bedoya was sworn in May to the Federal Trade Commission. Prior to that, he was the founding director of the Center on Privacy and Technology at Georgetown University and former chief counsel to Al Franken. And with that, let me welcome Commissioner Bedoya to the podium. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Stacy. I want to thank you, the Institute for Local Self-Reliance. I want to thank you, Barry, Open Markets Institute. I want to thank Open Book. It's an extraordinary place. I feel lucky to be here. And I want to thank my antitrust advisors, Max Miller, Catherine Sanchez, Bryce Tuttle, and Kate Conlow. I feel lucky to have all of you on my team. Can everyone hear me? Yeah? All right. Before I'll start, I want to offer the standard disclaimer that I'm speaking for myself. I'm not speaking for the commission or any other commissioner. So as Stacy mentioned, the president nominated me for this position roughly a year ago today. And I spent a good bit of that time reading antitrust treatises cover to cover. And doing that, I quickly read that the purpose of antitrust is to maximize efficiency. I read that the Supreme Court declared it axiomatic that the antitrust laws were passed to protect competition, not competitors, which is a way of saying that antitrust laws are not intended to protect the small and allegedly inefficient. But I also used that time to read a lot of history, which told a very different story. I read that small farmers were responsible for pressing Iowa to pass the nation's first antitrust law in 1888. I learned that when Congress convened in 1890 to debate the Sherman Act, they did not talk about efficiency. No, the most common complaint in the Sherman Act debates was that a cartel of meat packers was cheating cattlemen out of fair prices for their livestock. In 1936, Congress spent months debating a bill to protect small-town grocers being driven out of business by powerful chain stores who got secret payoffs from their suppliers. What are we trying to get away from these chains? Said one of the bill's supporters. What we are trying to take away from them is secret discounts, secret rebates, and secret advertising allowances. We are trying to take away from them those practices that are unfair. But if you read history, you'll see that it wasn't just 1890 or 1936. 5 times in 60 years, 1890, 1914, twice in 1914, 1936, 1950, Congress passed antitrust laws that in letter or spirit demanded fairness for small business and often rural small business. Yet today it is axiomatic that antitrust does not protect small business and that the lodestar of antitrust is not fairness, but efficiency. How did this happen? What does this mean, this focus on efficiency mean for rural America? What has it meant for rural America? And what would it look like to return to fairness? That is what I'd like to talk with you about today. I'd love to start with healthcare. So in a lot of parts of rural America, independent pharmacies are the one place where you can fill your prescriptions, get your shots, and get answers to medical questions. Here's a story I read on the website of the West Virginia Insurance Commissioner about something that happened at one of those independent pharmacies. So a family walks into a pharmacy. Their child has cancer. The pharmacist has the child's medicine behind the counter ready to dispense. But when that pharmacist calls the pharmacy benefit manager, or PBM, for the family's insurance company, they are denied authorization to give the family that medicine. Instead, they are told that the medicine can only be dispensed by the PBM's own mail-order specialty pharmacy. The family was to go home and wait up to 2 weeks to receive the medicine for their sick child in the mail. How did this happen? Picture a set of 39 companies, some insurers, some PBMs, some pharmacies, 39 of them in total. 20 years ago, these were all separate companies. Today, those 39 companies have merged into just 3 vertically integrated entities. And so today, when most people fill a prescription, just one of those 3 vertically integrated entities mediates the medicine they get, how much they pay for it, and how they'll get it. And that corporate entity profits by making sure that prescription is filled by its own pharmacy, even apparently when that's cancer medicine, and even apparently when it will take up to 2 weeks for a child to get it. How did this happen? This changed from 39 companies into just 3. Well, merging companies usually predict that they're going to save money by merging. They then predict that they will pass on those predicted savings onto consumers via lower prices. But for years, it was not a mainstream idea that those predicted price reductions could offset the harm of a merger that increases market power. And that started to change in the 1970s and 80s. The idea took hold within enforcement agencies that mergers, particularly vertical ones, were presumptively good for the economy and good for consumers. This idea was given the greatest weight for vertical mergers, the kind of mergers that help make it so that a pharmacy middleman has an interest in steering a patient to their own pharmacy and not the one they're standing in. Look, there's certainly a lot of factors in merger analysis, but it is inescapable that this presumption of efficiency significantly contributed to making 39 separate companies into the 3 vertically integrated firms that exist today. And today, rural independent pharmacies are closing, one after another after another. And just right here in Minnesota, from 2003 to 2018, over 15 years, 30 rural zip codes lost their only pharmacy. I was in Des Moines last month for a conference, and I asked our team to set up a listening session with some cattlemen and corn growers. It was about 9 or 10 people. Every single one of them was in crisis. The prices of seeds, fertilizer, farm equipment, feed were all going up, and the prices of their products were going down. Farmers used to make 40 cents on every dollar spent at the grocery. Now they make about 16. They are going out of business by the thousands. We have a noose around our necks and we're standing on an ice cube, said one of them. Another said, it's like being picked apart by a chicken. The group talked a lot about different factors that were behind these changes, but they kept returning and coming back to consolidation. Again, fertilizer, seeds, grain buying, meat packing. There used to be dozens of firms, sometimes over 100 in each of these sectors, and now each is dominated by just 4. And depending on the region, there may now be just one supplier of a key input or just one accessible meat packing plant. What's it like to be down to just one place to sell your livestock? We've known since 1890 that it can depress prices that farmers get, but it's more than that. One of the cattlemen described through tears how he had to gas a warehouse full of cattle when the one processing plant available to him was shut down because of COVID. He said he had to hire high school kids to drag out the cattle after that. Another described animal abuse on the lot that he said was unheard of in competitive markets. But maybe the most shocking thing was how scared they were that something they said that day to me would somehow get back to their suppliers or their purchasers and that they would pay for it. How did this happen? Merger wave began in the 1980s, and tellingly, when farmers have raised alarm about this consolidation, economists have answered that the consolidation, quote, unquestionably enhances efficiency, close quote. When antitrust was guided by fairness, these farmers' families had good lives. They were part of a thriving middle class in rural America. And after that shift to efficiency, their livelihoods began to disappear. That shift didn't just affect farmers. It also affected the communities that depend on them and their products. Like independent pharmacies, independent grocers often serve places that bigger companies don't. Lower the income, lower the population of any given community, the more likely it is to be served by an independent grocer. I recently watched video testimony of Mr. R.F. Bowie, who is joining us here today. Mr. Bowie owns 21 stores in South Dakota. and all of them are in Indian country. Mr. Bowie's family has been serving Indian country for 117 years. Many of his stores are the only place where locals can get fresh milk or fresh produce, and many of them are over an hour's drive from the nearest big box store. But Mr. Bowie faces challenges that a lot of his big box competitors do not. First of all, suppliers sell products to the big box stores in sizes and in packages that they don't offer to him. And when he is offered the same products, he cannot get the same prices for them, and that is not because of quantity, which is often what you hear. Yes, not the same prices, but it's not the same quantity. Like most independent grocers, Mr. Bowie works with a wholesaler who bundles the orders of lots of people like him, lots of independent grocers. And by doing that, the wholesaler can often meet the order sizes of the big box stores. But even then, his wholesaler is not given the same price. That price is kept secret. When the pandemic hit, manufacturers cut supplies to Mr. Bowie and his wholesaler. "Picture this, please," he told Congress. "Pine Ridge, one of the poorest counties in this nation, not having WIC items like baby formula on their grocery store shelf." The only way Mr. Bowie could keep these kinds of products on his shelves, products like baby formula, Pedialyte, ground beef, was by shuttling them 2 times a week. This is a round trip, about 1,000 miles, over 1,000 miles each week, from his low-volume stores to his high-volume stores. And yet, when Mr. Bowie would walk into a big box store 50 or 100 miles from his own, those shelves would be full of those exact same products. What's happening to Mr. Bowie is happening to independent grocers across the country. They are closing by the 1,000, creating food deserts across rural America. How did this happen? Efficiency happened. In 1936, Congress passed the Robinson Patman Act. That was the law I was talking about earlier that banned, quote, unfair practices like secret discounts, secret rebates, available only to the large and powerful. When it passed that law, Congress went out of its way to say over and over and over, they were trying to, quote, keep open the door of opportunity for the small businessman as well as the large. They used that language over and over again. Fairness, equal opportunity, level playing field. For decades, Robinson Patman was a mainstay of FTC enforcement. It was literally called the Magna Carta of small business. And it arguably prohibits many of the things that Mr. Bowie has experienced. Perhaps not all, but many of them. Then, as efficiency gained ground in the mid-1980s, a view took hold first among enforcers and then the courts. First, that Robinson Patman was an outlier among antitrust statutes because the Congress that passed it focused on harms to supposedly inefficient small business over those of consumers. And second, the view took hold that the law raised prices for consumers. Enforcement slowed to a trickle and then stopped entirely. And this was decades ago. From everything our team can tell, those twin claims are either unproven or demonstrably incorrect. To my knowledge, some 86 years after its passage in 1936, there is not one empirical analysis actually showing that Robinson Patman raised prices for consumers. Not one. And none other than Professor Herbert Hovenkamp has explained that Robinson Patman, when it came to legislative history, was not an outlier. According to him, the congressional debates around each of the other major antitrust laws was also, quote, fairly dominated by a strong desire to protect small business. Now, in fairness to Professor Hovenkamp, he came to a different conclusion from that observation, but that was the observation nonetheless. I think it's time to take a step back and ask ourselves about the role of efficiency in modern antitrust enforcement. If efficiency is so important in antitrust, then why doesn't that word, efficiency, appear anywhere in the antitrust statutes that Congress actually wrote and actually passed? If efficiency is the goal of antitrust, then why am I charged by statute, by law, with stopping unfair methods of competition and not inefficient ones? We cannot let a principle that Congress never wrote into law to trump a principle that Congress made a core feature of that law. I think it's time to return to fairness. And we should return to fairness because people may not know what's efficient, but they know what is fair. It may be efficient to send a child home to wait 2 weeks for their cancer medicine. We all know it isn't fair. It may be efficient to force cattlemen to sell their livestock to just one meat packer. It may be efficient for Pine Ridge to go without baby formula. We all know that that is not what fair markets look like. This visceral understanding of fairness underlies a lot of American law. Arguably, it underlies the bulk of it. But it has been dismissed as ambiguous and impressionistic. I disagree, because Congress and the courts have told us over and over, directly and repeatedly, that we should implement protections against unfairness and how to do that. Certain laws that were clearly passed under what we could call an unfairness mandate, laws like Robinson Patman, directly spell out specific legal prohibitions. Congress's intent in those laws is there, it is clear. We should enforce them. But Congress did more than that. As Chair Kahn explained last week at Fordham, Congress deliberately charged our commission, the Federal Trade Commission, with going beyond the limits of the Sherman Act. And then the Supreme Court came in and repeatedly reaffirmed the idea that our Section 5 authority goes beyond Sherman. And so I support Chair Kahn's goal to reactivate enforcement under our unfairness authority and to issue a policy statement setting out the metes and bounds of that authority. As for me, my focus is on people living paycheck to paycheck. I want to help people with their groceries, their prescriptions, and their paychecks. And I want to make sure we do not leave behind rural America. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. I think that's going to go down as one of the most important speeches of our time on antitrust, right? I mean, that was really incredible to bring back that principle of fairness into our law. Thank you so much, Commissioner. And we've got some time for me to ask you a couple of follow-up questions. And I'm gonna roll two actually sort of together, which is I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about some of the initiatives that the FTC has underway. Like, what are the steps to bringing back Robinson Patman? What are some of the other major ways in which the Commission is looking at bringing that principle of fairness, challenging that idea of efficiency, back into the law? And then, sorry.
That's okay.
And then, why are you giving this speech here? Like, why is it that you've come out into the middle of the country instead of DC to do this?
I can just pivot. You want here? Yeah.
Or you can just stand around.
Yeah. So let me talk about what our team is doing on Robinson Patman on the first, to your first question. So, I cited my team for a reason. This is something that takes a lot of people, and I'm very lucky to have some of the best on our team. And so with respect to Robinson Patman, what we are doing personally, which is what I can disclose, is reading and reading and reading and reading. And so the very first step to our work is reading every single page of legislative history around those debates, because there's a lot of, I think, myths that have grown up around Robinson Patman that are not borne out in the legislative history, in the case law, and in the analyses that have been completed. And so our team has gone through and read all the legislative history, read the canonical critiques, read some of the rebuttals, read all the rebuttals, and what we are trying to do is understand, because look, it's not perfect law, just like any other law, it has its flaws, and enforcement in the past has not been perfect. There's been perhaps a little too much enforcement on small business, which was clearly not the intent of the Congress that passed the law. And so understanding, perhaps where the law went wrong in the past, but also understanding how we could apply it today. And I think that analysis has been very valuable. And so we're taking very seriously what has happened, what Congress wanted to happen through that law, and we're looking for ways to reactivate it. And let me give credit where it's due. Chair Kahn, I believe, was the first to say that we need to look at actually enforcing this law that's on our books. Number one. Number two, I believe we have a public policy statement that was voted out 5-0, and my team will shake their heads if that's not correct. 5-0, identifying the fact that we would be willing to, that we consider Robinson Patman 2C claims, which is the commercial bribery provision, otherwise known as the dummy brokerage provision, to be a viable cause of action, potentially, in our, this was public, in our insulin investigation, this was said. Or was this the PBM investigation? In our insulin, in our PBM study, in the insulin policy statement, right, is the PBM investigation and in our insulin study. So, yes, and so there's a 5-0 vote on that front. So, so that's the public. And then to your other question, I think the simplest thing I can say is that, antitrust doesn't belong to DC. Antitrust, look, it's law. It doesn't belong to anyone other than the American people. But if it belongs to anyone, it belongs to rural America and it belongs to small business. We have the nation's first antitrust law in 1888, thanks to the Granger movement. We have, arguably, obviously, Standard Oil was at the center of a lot of folks' minds in 1890, but Gregory Worden said in his wonderful history of the antitrust laws that the most common complaint in the Sherman Act debates was cattlemen, what was happening to cattlemen under the Beef Trust. And then again, you've got Robinson Patman, but anyone who reviews legislative history, from folks who I may not agree with, to others, says it wasn't just 1936. There was this focus on small business and rural America across all the major antitrust laws. And so I think it's important that we leave Washington, D.C. and talk about how antitrust is for regular people. Antitrust is about your groceries, your prescriptions, your paycheck. It isn't this impenetrable thing. It is a law designed to protect people and to provide them fairness. And so that's why I'm excited to be here, and that's why one of the things I most appreciate about being commissioner is actually meeting small business leaders, actually meeting people in affected communities and understanding how either the success of antitrust or the lack of antitrust enforcement has affected them. So that's why we're here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. And with that, we're going to bring up our first panel. Could our first panel come up?
Doing? Good? All right, cool. So I'm just going to wait for folks to get up here. Seeing somebody. All right, cool. Everyone, thanks to the Institute for Self-Reliance, Open Market Institute, our lovely guests. If you want to take a seat, that's great. And the wonderful Main Street Alliance small businesses that are here today. My name is Sean Fettiplace. I am the Midwest Regional Manager for the Main Street Alliance. Prior to joining MSA, I worked for President Obama, a couple of members of Congress, the One campaign, and joined Main Street Alliance about 2 years ago. Main Street Alliance is an organization founded by small business leaders, including many of the folks in this room, in 2008. MSA organizes small businesses around issues that matter most to them, their employees and the communities that they serve. MSA aims to build a powerful, self-funded, multiracial small business coalition and membership organization that can shift our economic narrative, wield political power, and win policy reform for small business owners at the state, federal, and local level. Under the leadership of Shonda Causer, our executive director, Main Street Alliance has been able to set a strategic agenda around the issues that small business owners care most about. That agenda includes critical issues like healthcare, childcare, paid leave, capital access, tax fairness, and reining in monopolies, which is what we're all here to talk about today. Our Minnesota organizer, Melissa, who's out back right now, is here today as well, and I know she would love to meet with you, especially if you're a small business owner, but also if you're not, if you're an economic development person, if you care about policy, care about the issues I mentioned, really want to get connected with you. And if you have, there's a little sign up on your chair. If you don't have one, talk to Mel before you leave. We want to make sure that we're building power for small businesses all across our country. We're gathered here today to discuss the destructive impact of monopolies and corporate concentration on small business. I want you to imagine for a moment a world without monopoly power, a world in which government prioritizes and nurtures Main Street small businesses and protects the ability of all people of all backgrounds to be able to contribute to their community. Imagine what kind of freedom that would mean for small business. That would mean access to customers, suppliers, distributors. They could sell their products or services at actual market prices. Imagine that. Not the prices demanded by a corporate platform. They could seek seed or expansion funds from a local financial institution, maybe a bank dedicated to supporting non-white entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs, and others whose full value is not recognized often by traditional measures. In this world, small businesses would chart their own course and compete on their own terms. There is a growing movement across the United States to rein in monopoly power and start creating a world that looks like this. Small business owners are a part of that movement, and we'll hear from them and advocates for workers today. So that said, a few housekeeping items. For the bios for our lovely speakers, in the effort to be succinct, you look at the QR code, get a lovely background on them. They're all amazing people. I highly recommend you do that. So with that said, we're going to go ahead and do some introductions. And so first off, we're going to start with R.F. Bowie. R.F. is a fourth-generation grocer with stores in rural South Dakota. Independent grocery stores are a critical part of our food system, and data shows that they are particularly important in small towns and communities of color. Yet, local grocers have been facing a real problem with big chains, particularly Walmart and dollar stores. And I can say this, as somebody who lives in Wisconsin, I've seen this firsthand. They're getting preferential access to supplies, special package sizes, and better prices. Can you talk, RF, a bit about what you've experienced and what it means for the communities that you serve?
Sure. I don't know whether to be honored or nervous that I don't have anything else to say with Mr. Bedoya taking all my notes there. But RF Bowie, we've got 22 locations, mostly grocery and C-store throughout South Dakota. All of our locations are on or near Native American generations. I'm a fourth-generation grocer, and I've got a real passion for access to healthy foods and affordable foods. So we're going to turn 117 years this year, and I'm just really passionate about the customers that I serve. The three areas of unfair trade practices going on today that we face. The first is price discrimination and predatory prices. As Mr. Bedoya discussed, we buy from a wholesaler. It's actually a co-op, which takes a lot of independents like me, packages up our orders, and able to go to these suppliers and get full truckloads of product. So we can talk about efficiencies all day long, but a truckload is a truckload is a truckload, okay? So AWG is a $10 billion company, so they're no small player. They do take a small markup, and you know, obviously, I'm fine with giving up an extra 2 or 3% to Walmart, but the truckloads of those products are not at the same cost. Just to give you a couple examples, Tide 100 ounce, regular cost from my supplier, my cost, $21. 3 times a year, I get to pay $19.69. So $19.69 is my cost, and if I were to bridge buy for the whole year, I could buy it at $19.69. Walmart, everyday low price, $12.97. Now, vendors or manufacturers used to use the excuse, well, we can't guarantee that these independents are going to run it for the same price. So they're saying they're dictating to the big box or dictating the chains what that retail should be. So what did us retailers do? We said we opened up our books. So we let the vendors, the manufacturers, get into they call it T-logs, but it gets into our cash registers at night and they can see how many units we sold, what we sold them for, okay? Now we're back on an even playing field. So now if they're going to dictate the retail, we should be able to buy at the same cost. But nothing changed. For half the year, just 6 months out of the year, I get to pay $2.92 for Kraft salad dressing if I retail it for $2.99. Get to make 7 cents. And that's if I bridge buy. Every other day, the other 6 months of the year, it's $3.77 cost. Walmart, every day, low price on Kraft salad dressings is $2.58. And if anybody in this room thinks that they're only making 7 cents, it's just crazy. So I could tell you that us retailers are tired of the big box chains, the big box stores and chains, making their margins on the backs of us retailers, because that's exactly where it's coming from. Second unfair trade practice that happens, and it's mostly in dollar store formats, is that we can't buy the same sizes. Dollar General, Family Dollar, 70% of their products are consumable, okay? A lot of people don't know that, they don't think that, they just think that it's trinkets and junk. But they are a real threat to small town America. 90% of those products are smaller sizes to deceive the customer, okay? So customer is used to looking at a 50-ounce Tide. They may have a 40-ounce Tide that looks the exact same bottle shape, and if you're not a grocer or a really conscientious consumer, you don't realize those things, okay? But even if I wanted to compete on that level, I can't. I'm getting denied those sizes, so I can't even compete fairly to buy those products. And the third and final trade practice that I think is unfair is probably the one I'm most passionate about, is where rural Americas are disproportionately impacted by supply chain issues. My wholesaler, AWG, last article I read from them, they still have over 100 plus manufacturers that have put us on allocation. Baby formula, ramen noodles, Gatorade, sugar, Pedialyte, and I could go on and on. But yet I can walk into a big box store or a chain and see those products stacked to the hilt. 65% of grocery sales are from 5 companies. And if you live in a rural place, that should scare the crap out of you, okay? In short, when it comes to my customers, should not have to miss meals or be shorted product just because they're rural. Pine Ridge, 90% of the people there don't have cars. 89 miles from the closest Walmart. When it comes to hunger, affordability, and nutrition, there should be no discrimination.
Well, thank you very much. And just to your point, I was recently in Spring Green, Wisconsin. It's where Taliesin and Frank Lloyd Wright is. It's a bustling downtown, lots of small businesses that are very healthy. They've specifically decided to not allow Dollar General, from a zoning standpoint, to come into town. And walking through there, you can really see the impact of small businesses being able to compete on a level playing field. To the questions that you spoke to that, can you speak to the role of policy and the challenges that your business faces as a direct result of policy choices and how it impacts the way that you run your business?
Well, I think just exactly what I talked about. One thing I did want to mention on Dollar General, what we face in rural South Dakota, this happens all the time. There are towns, small towns that try and keep those dollar stores off.
Yeah.
But what happens, they'll just go right outside city limits, and then it's a twofold problem, because now it's going to affect those businesses in that town, but yet no sales tax dollars are made for that city.
Right.
So, but having to deal with all three of those things that we just talked about, I mean, price for one, and I hate to say it, but it just, we are absolutely paying for the discounts. Us retailers are paying for the discounts of those wholesalers. Not being able to compete with sizes, and that happens on every segment of the market, not just dollar, but lots of places. And then finally, access to them, which I think if the pandemic didn't show what that could mean, I don't know what it's going to take to be able to get something done.
Yeah. Is there anything else you want to add just about being an independent grocery store, the struggles you face? You talked about the pricing, the undercutting. Like, what do you think are some policy proposals that could be done to help to address those?
Well, I think the cost issue is, look, I understand that my stores are way off the beaten path, and I get that, you know, it costs more to transport that out there. Yes, I understand that. But when my wholesaler can't buy the same products at the same price, it's just not right. And furthermore, I worry about who's going to sponsor that ball team. Who's going to donate to the church bazaar? Who's going to be there for the families when their house burns down to have a fundraising event when all of guys like me are gone? We can't expect big chains, big box to do the right thing.
And during the pandemic, were your products given lower priority comparatively to the big box stores? Is that something you had to deal with, especially early on? Absolutely.
I mean, it's just like Mr. Bedoya talked about. We could only get, you know, formula, for instance. We could only get 5 cases per truck, okay? So that for us is 10 cases a week, the max that we could get. Well, we have Pine Ridge that could go through 50, so we would have to go drive to our lower volume stores, and I can't pass that cost on to my customers. They deserve better. So it's just it's just, for lack of a better word, just doing the right thing.
Yeah. As I've worked across mostly Wisconsin, working with small business owners, that was a huge issue early on, where folks literally couldn't get their product sold because paper towels and high margin products were given priority, and those small businesses were no longer be able to make it to market. Well, thank you very much for those remarks, and thanks for the work that you do. Next, we'll go to Angela Schwestnedel. Angela is a wonderful Main Street Alliance member, and we're thankful for her to be here today. And she's the owner of a local independent bookstore in the Longfellow neighborhood of South Minneapolis. Your store has been around for over a decade, and you've witnessed rapid change in the industry, from consolidation in publishing to the growth of Amazon. Can you speak to how Amazon's dominance has impacted publishing and your business?
Yeah, definitely. My bookstore is located at Lake and Minnehaha in South Minneapolis, and this is the site of where the 3rd precinct was burned during the uprising in 2020 when George Floyd was murdered. The neighborhood is starting to rebuild. So far, none of the independent businesses really had a chance to rebuild. AutoZone has rebuilt, Wendy's has rebuilt, the Arby's hasn't, but another national chain has come in, fast food chain has come in their place. They don't shovel their sidewalks. It's very controversial. Target has rebuilt, and Target actually reopened on the day that the Barack Obama memoir came out. I don't know if you remember this. It was $50. It was a really big deal. There was a lot of talk in the press about how this was really going to save small businesses. Being able to sell this $50 book that was pretty much guaranteed to sell. Target on the day they reopened in the neighborhood across the street from us offers it 30% off, which for us is probably the thing my staff is never going to forget. They're going to be angry about that for years. I think that Target is not a bookstore. They're selling books now, and they're selling a lot more books, but they're not a bookstore. If you go to their website, you can now order anything that we can get from Target. And this is because there's only one wholesaler left in the country. And this wholesaler, 10 years ago, there were at least 4, but this wholesaler is it. If you're an independent bookstore selling new books pretty much anywhere in the country, you're getting your books from this place. And Target also gets their books from this place, and probably Walmart, and definitely Amazon. I think that the past 10 years, publishers have merged, and I'm not going to get into that, but that's made it more stressful to only have the one wholesaler. And that one wholesaler, if they're also shipping out books for Target and Amazon, and if they suddenly decide to increase their shipping minimums or to start charging more for shipping or to change their policy for whatever reason to make it more complicated or more difficult for small independent bookstores to buy from them, there's no alternatives. I can right now figure out a way to get by. Like, I can order more direct from publishers. I can figure out how to shift what I buy to get around this issue of only one wholesaler. But in the Twin Cities metro area, there's over 20 independent bookstores, and we're all weird. And if we're all going to keep being here and being bookstores, we need a way to be able to get the products we need to sell without having to resort to buying from a big box store or ordering in from Amazon, just trying to get a cheaper deal than we can get from the wholesaler, because it's a similar thing where we can't get the product at a price from the wholesaler that big box stores can. I think it's especially troubling to think about that if for some reason Amazon decides to buy up books and not ship them, or to hold on to product until it's convenient and we can't get that product, what it really means for the industry. I know that this is a conversation I have to continually have with my customers, and I get tired of telling this story, even though I know that telling this story is kind of what helps them understand the business and why things are the way they are. That's what I got.
Just to speak to a bit of what you talked about, could you talk a little bit about the role your store plays in the neighborhood, and just since the murder of George Floyd, what real, you talked about some of these big box stores coming back in, but a lot of the independents have not. Is that, why do you think that is?
Deep pockets. And I think the city hasn't been particularly easy to work with. The independent liquor store, I know, who's been there for 90 years and family-owned, had the zoning rules changed before they could get rebuilt. It's really hard to describe what it is to be in a community of independent businesses, because we all depend on each other, and we all really, it's in an ecosystem, and for us to be successful, we need other small businesses to be successful, and we need other businesses in the neighborhood to be doing well, and to have them not be able to rebuild is really, it's heartbreaking. You know, Target's there, but I also think that people don't really realize how important it is to have a small business, to be open so that you have somebody to come in and complain to that the other business down the street isn't shoveling their sidewalk.
Yeah.
Because nobody at the city will listen to you about that. Yeah, we're just really all connected, and
Yeah.
it's hard.
And considering that there's been corporate consolidation, you know, I was just in a bookstore with Mel yesterday. I forget the exact name, to be honest with you. It was lovely, though. And, you know, they curate, and they really are seeking to educate folks who are there about things that are really important in the community. Target's not doing that. You know, it's just like whatever the bestseller is, right? And so there's a role in terms of democracy with small business, you know, based bookstores. And so, like, what role do you think your business has, just in terms of informing, educating, opening people's eyes that maybe they wouldn't get from a bigger bookstore?
Yeah, it's tricky. The thing I'm most bitter about Target with is that after the uprising and the rebuilding, they've put all these beautiful murals and hired all these artists to put these murals up around their store. But when the artists wanted community input about what the community wanted to see, they came to us to see if they could talk to people at our store to find out what people in the community wanted on Target, because Target wouldn't let them. And that's the kind of thing that, that's asking a lot of a small business to provide that sort of PR for Target, in my opinion. But that's what small businesses do. You know, like we're talking to people in the neighborhood. We know what everybody's worked up about. We know what everybody's really dealing with. And big box stores can't do that, and Amazon can't do that. The beginning of the pandemic, they stopped shipping books because that wasn't the high priority.
Yeah.
They're big enough where at any point that they could change. I think the other thing that worries me with publishers is that the independent bookstore market is so small. I feel like the last I heard it was 4% of the general book market. And if we ever have people in power there who decide that the indie market isn't important, well, then we're really screwed.
Yeah.
I don't know what we'll do.
Well, thank you for sharing your story, and appreciate it. Can we give a round of applause to Angela? And lastly, we have Kali Jama. Kali is from the Wood Center. And just building off of Angela's remarks on Amazon, it would be great for you to describe the Wood Center's work to organize, educate the next generation of worker leaders in Minnesota's diverse East African communities. You've organized powerful and effective campaigns around Amazon. Can you share more about that work and why it's so important to Minnesota's East African community?
Hi, my name is Kali Jama. So I always been an organizer when it came to the East African community. I was the first Somali generation in Minnesota back in 1991. So growing up in Minnesota, we realized a lot of Somali was not recognized, African was not known that much. So our clothing and all that has always been an issue, especially going to school, covering up, and my parents always going to the grocery. So long story short, I lived in Minnesota, I moved, I came back. I'm a single parent of two, so I always worked 2 jobs. I applied for Amazon. because everyone always talked about Amazon, how good it is, quick money you can make. I started working there. As I was working there, I noticed the couple weeks that I was there. So they hired me as an ambassador, which is like a new hire rotation. You train people on the floor, teach them their rights and stuff like that. So majority of the Amazon workers are immigrants, like the Latinas and the Somalian communities, and Ethiopians, a lot of East Africans. So one thing I realized is when you didn't speak a good English or you didn't understand your rights, certain managers will kind of abuse you or bully you or just treat you when it came to work safety. Second thing I noticed that there was, whenever you worked, so I worked at the fulfillment center in Shakopee, and I did a Sunday to Wednesday 10-hour shift. In the winter was okay. Once the summer started hitting and it started getting hot, the fans are above the sill. It does not reach you. So when you go and let the managers know, like, it is too hot, I need a break or do this, they tell you either you continue or you can go home. Like, there's nothing they can do for you, which I thought it was not right, because as a human, we have rights, and safety come first. So the manager did not like me. They start calling me troublemaker, but I spoken out for a lot of Somalians. So one thing about the East African community, especially with my community, Somalian community, they don't pay attention to their rights. When they get a job, because a lot of Somalian immigrants have people back home that depend on them, monthly. They don't understand why you didn't send them. For them, they're waiting like a paycheck. So a lot of them fear to lose the job. So what I noticed Amazon use is they hire the most people who do not speak English at all, so they can do and abuse you, bully you, however they want. So when I started doing the orientation, I started teaching people their rights, which I got in trouble. I was told that was not my business to teach. I was supposed to just train and do that. But I told them a lot of people need to know they have rights when it comes to work. Like, they can take a break. They can ask. If they get injured, they have the right to go to the nursing, which the nurse center really is not a safety where they just tell you to lay down, give you some ice. So I noticed a lot of Somalians, Latinos who were injured. So I met with our center, and I organized a walkout. So when I noticed a lot of managers didn't care about some people were getting fired, because they literally hire 30 to 40 people every Sunday. Literally every week that I work Amazon, every Sunday we have a rotation. Over 30 people. Out of those 30 people, only 5 or 4 stay after like a couple days or a week or two. So I always go talk to them. So once I noticed the company did not care about the employees' work rights or the safety, and I got injured, and it wasn't that big a deal to them, I started organizing, letting people know that we do have rights, we can fight, we can go and speak, because we want people to hear our voices. A lot of people were afraid. But one night I just came in, and I saw a lady who was in pain, vomiting in front of me in this time of pandemic, and could not go home. Because in Amazon, they have a way that if you don't have hours, whether you're sick, they don't care. It's called a UPT. So either you have hours or volunteer hours. If you don't have enough of them, not like other jobs where you can call in and say, I'm sick, because everything you deal with is an app. So you deal with the app. If you got to call in, everything you have to do days ahead, because they don't call you back within the right 24 hours. It probably takes 72, up to 4 days for them to return your calls, which a lot of people end up quitting because of that. So when we did the first walkout, that's when I met our ward center. I also work for Local 26, SCIU. So when I met Ibrahim and them, we did over 100 people. It was like over 100 walkout. And on Friday night, they did not think that's going to happen. But that's one of the things I'm proud of. So we did the walkout. After the walkout, Amazon put a lot of people on UPT, because most of the people who worked there and did the walkout did not get paid through that night. So everybody got either suspended, or the time was taken, or there was like, oh, you have to fill up your UPT, which is like -60 or -10 hours. So working with the woods and helping my community, other communities to understand better, to educate them better when it comes to warehouse working. Because a lot of warehouses do bully, and I feel like work mistreatment and racism, especially with religion. Because right now we fought Amazon for 2 years to just get a place for Muslim people to pray or, to wash out. So I feel like fulfillment center where I was is a lot of racism. There's a lot of favorism when it comes to different colors, especially with religion. So I always fight. They do not like me, like I said. They always call me troublemaker because I speak my mind. We live this life in once, so I feel like if I'm gonna be the voice, I will. So my most main thing for me, I'm fighting for the workers' rights, just warehouses, Amazon, or any other warehouse, to understand this. They're people, they're humans. We deserve to be treated right. Just because you work in a certain position doesn't make you better than another person. So with our ward center stepping in and fighting and helping us, it's gonna be a long fight, but we're still fighting. So for me, it's to educate that East African community and to understand that every job you go to, you do have a right, not to be afraid to speak out.
Thank you for sharing. And I have to say, being called a troublemaker, I usually consider that a badge of honor or a compliment. And so it just speaks to the good work that you're doing and all the folks you're working with are doing. I just want to ask, what's the status of the organizing efforts more broadly in the Twin Cities area with Amazon and with SEIU? Like, how are things looking right now?
So it's a little challenging because Amazon is denying a lot, and we're not the only city. It's over 10 to 20 cities right now doing walkouts.
Yeah.
Literally month after month. So for me, I feel like it's a challenging because Amazon do have a union busters.
Yeah.
Who work with them, and they will go manipulate certain people, and some of them are Somalians. So we are working hard. Right now we're working with WFS, which I'm organizing there. It's the cargo for the Amazon. Mm-hmm. So hopefully if I can unionize there, it can help out the warehouses. Mm. So we're still working on the organizing. I'm working on another walkout, hopefully soon, before the end of the month or next month with the fulfillment center.
Yeah. And what would you say has been, other than the fact that they hire very well-paid lawyers to come in and lie to workers about the organizing drives, which I'm sure is a challenge, but what would you say has been some of the most inspiring moments for you? Other than the walkout, that's a big moment, but there have been any smaller moments maybe where you've really felt the ability to grow power and to be able to get momentum behind these efforts?
To be honest, just the fact that I work with a wood center.
Yeah.
And the fact that we have a Middle East African community now, different from SCIU, where a lot of Somalians can understand. My thing is just my accomplishment. I just want to win with Amazon, especially like you said, they have higher lawyer pay where they think they can win. Actually, they don't think, they say they can win because they always told me you're losing. So most of it is getting the prayers where we can pray now because they didn't have that before. Yeah. So that's the smallest for me that I get, but we're not there yet. So now we can pray and they give you 10 minutes for the prayer. Before they only gave you 4.5 minutes, which was weird because you have to walk from a mile to a mile from the bathroom to the station that you're working.
What do you think was the thing that caused them to do that?
The walkout.
Yeah.
We did the walkout, and I actually, after the walkout, we did a rally, which Ilhan Omar was there. So I think after that, they kind of saw how serious we was. Yeah. So, because they didn't think we would have the rally. They didn't think we would succeed on that, which, I did my best to make sure we gather as much as people as we can. But once that happened, a day later, they allowed us to celebrate Eid, which we had, Amazon have the rights, religious rights, but they don't tell people. Yeah. So a lot of Muslims did not get to celebrate Eid, and that pissed me off because I couldn't celebrate it. Yeah. I had to work or I had to quit. So after Ilhan, after Award Center, that we did the rally day after that, they gave all the Muslims a day off, like a choice if you want to work or get a day off. So that was good. Yeah.
I think just speaks to, power is about changing behavior. Yeah. and getting people to do so. And I think it just really speaks to the work that you all have done, that you've been able to do that. So just congratulations on that. Can we give a round of applause real quick for Kelly? And now we're going to move on to the Q&A. I think we're taking questions from online first. Is that right?
We can take from the audience.
Okay. All right. So who has questions for the panelists? And if you could say your name and if you're with an organization, that would be great.
Hi, yes, my name is Justin Stofron. I'm here with the Minnesota Farmers Union. And I'm wondering, maybe particularly for RF and Angela, although even Sean, with your experiences, just what you hear from, when you guys are really on the sort of the ground level of this battle, and what are you hearing from other either small business owners or maybe more importantly like potential small business owners? Because it seems like quite a daunting thing to be like, yeah, I want to be an entrepreneur in this kind of environment. So I'm just wondering what impact do you think it could have on future generations of entrepreneurs and small business owners?
Oh, I think it's so hard to open a small business right now. I mean, just getting the money, the fact that you see so many people crowdfunding, the fact that everyone, I feel like I know who's gone in to try and get loans. It's so hard. Yeah, and I never want to be discouraging, but I'm also like,
I would say that I'm not hearing a lot from retailers. Probably where I'm hearing it the most is the cattle producers. I would say that I don't know if I'd call it optimism, but maybe a renewed focus on, with Senator Rounds taking on the beef packing plants. I think that's where it really hits home for a lot of South Dakotans, that these farmers and ranchers, producers are working so damn hard, and they just don't get paid for what they're doing, and literally getting screwed, to be honest.
I actually just very quickly add to that. A board member of Main Street Alliance is Rhonda Young, and she owns a popcorn business called Popcorn Heaven in Iowa. And she had her own standalone location. She also did franchising. She needed to hire somebody for her location, but she couldn't get the capital to do so. So she decided to just service the franchisees and then sold the main business because she had the obligation. She felt like she needed to do that, which, that makes sense. So she sold the business. Another couple came in, one of whom was white, and they went back to the same bank, same business plan, same everything, and were offered twice as much, which would have been enough for Rhonda to be able to hire somebody. The thing I like about her is that what she decided to do was to start a black-owned bank to help with lending, to make sure that folks could get access to that capital, but there's still a tremendous amount of inequities, both for capital access, but also for discrimination. There's been a lot of American Rescue Plan money spent. I know in Wisconsin, we've had almost $1 billion spent to help support small business. In Minnesota, there's been a lot of efforts as well, but there's still a long ways to go. And the question is, once that money runs out, what are we going to do to help support that next generation of small business owners?
Hello, thanks for sharing your stories today. My name is Vasiliki, and I was wondering if you could each share a little bit about marketing monopolies, because I think it intersects with pricing abuse in the way that corporations share about what they're doing and what they're offering, like the Target 30% off sales or Amazon hosting festivals to attract Somali employees on Lake Street. So how does all of this marketing budget influence the monopolies?
Well, I think the tricky part is the way that Amazon has really colonized everyone's mind. And that's the best way I can think of to describe it, is that it's so automatic culturally, as a default of that's where you buy things, that's where you get books, that's the norm, that it's very hard to fight against that. And at this point, I don't even know if they're paying for it. Like, we as individuals are doing that work for them for free.
I just think like working at Amazon, like now if you look at it, you see Amazon everywhere. You can order, do things. So like right now we just got out of a week called Prime Season, which bookstores, local businesses get discounts or deals of certain amount of orders they make. So as working there, it's not an easy job. So when you work, I'm there 10 hours, and let's say I made over 10 or 15,000 orders, because we got to go above that sometimes with Prime. So they don't like appreciate what we do. They just think, oh, you were slower today than the other person. So they make us compete, but no one gets appreciate. And so that's like, I'm not saying it's a horrible company to work for, but I believe it's the worst company to do business with, to do anything, because they don't care for others. All they care is for their own businesses. They don't care who gets hurt in a way, because for them, I believe the old CEO even said it when we questioned him when I was in DC, and he was questioned, what do you think about Amazon workers and like what they're doing and all these protests and all this walkout? And he said, I hire people to work like animals, so either they take it or leave it. It's their choice. So that's Amazon for you.
Well, I think these manufacturers are so much in bed with these mass merchandisers, the big box, the chains, and they can't afford to not be. If these guys try and take a raise on a product, or when manufacturers try and take a raise, well, if Walmart or Amazon or somebody like that drops you as a product, you're done. And so I think the marketing and the pricing, they're all intertwined, but it just is, those big companies are just holding manufacturers hostage. And the rest of us retailers are paying for it. And so goes the consumer.
For RF and Angela, you both mentioned purchasing products for your businesses through wholesalers, and you also mentioned price discrimination, and that you're not able to pay the same prices that other, the larger organizations are to pay. My question is that price differential public information, or is the prices that your competitors are paying just completely secret in a capacity where it's just a lower number than you're able to pay, but you don't know exactly what it is? Or alternatively, is there a quote unquote market price that is then offset with rebates that are paid back to your competitors?
In my opinion, it's just such a convoluted deal. I mean, it could go to advertising or allowances, or I just think there are so many different levels of how that price is disguised. I don't think any of us have a clue what they're paying. I know they're not making 7 cents on salad dressing.
And with that, we're at time. So just want to say thank you very much. Thanks to the speakers for being here. Thanks for taking the time to use your voice. And again, for if you're a small business owner, Ally, we do have. It's important for folks to use your voice. Fill out that pledge. Mel, could you raise your hand? Just to point out to yourself, that's Mel. She's our Minnesota organizer. She's amazing, and so definitely connect with her before you leave today. Thank you very much, and now we're going to take a 5-minute break.
we're going to get started in just a minute, if everyone could take their seats.
How many?
Hey everyone, thanks so much for being here. My name is Claire Kellaway. I am the food program manager at Open Markets, and I'm very excited to launch our food and farming panel. Got a great lineup today. Just hand it off to Stu, who is with the Minnesota Farmers Union, to moderate the panel, talk a little bit about our panelists and what we're going to cover. So.
Mike Pass. My name is Stu Laurie. I do government relations for Minnesota Farmers Union. We're a grassroots general farm organization. We were founded in 1902 in Texas and Minnesota in 1918. And we came out of the cooperative movement and farmers coming together and seeing consolidation in the folks who were selling them inputs, the folks that were buying their products on the other side, and they realized that they weren't going to get a fair price for the work that they were doing unless they came together and marketed collectively, bought collectively, and also organized democratically to elect folks to enact market reforms and antitrust policies. And I think I'm excited to work for Farmers Union because we're focused on a lot of those same challenges today. So our members have long recognized that when you have 4 meat packers that control 85% of beef processing in this country, and you got 98% of cattle that are slaughtered at 50 plants. That's not going to be fair for farmers, and we also understood that it's not going to be fair for workers or consumers either. And that's why our organization launched a campaign called Fairness for Farmers. You can look us up online. If you're driving around farm country listening to ag radio, hopefully you'll hear some radio spots from our organization trying to raise awareness about the damaging effect monopolies have had on farmers, workers, and consumers, which brings us to our topic here today. And I'm really excited to be moderating this panel. If I know anything about antitrust work in food and agriculture, I learned it from these 3 folks and a couple others. So it's an honor to be here, and I'll introduce them briefly before we get started. We have Elizabeth Odette, who's an assistant attorney general at Attorney General Keith Ellison's office, focused on food and ag antitrust. We do a bunch of work with her and her fantastic team at Farmers Union. We have Diana Tadstead-Damer, who's director of legislative and political affairs at the United Food and Commercial Workers, Local 1189. I've had a fantastic opportunity to work with her on a number of issues, including trying to build an alternative meat processing model in central Minnesota, which has been a lot of fun and a learning experience for our organization. And finally, Hannah Bernhardt, farmer and owner of Medicine Creek Farm, and someone I'm proud to call a member of Farmers Union. So with that, I wonder if we could start Diana, with you, going a little bit out of order, I think the reason that we're having conversations about competition in ag markets and having a broader conversation with the public is because of what happened during COVID-19. We were slaughtering, we were indemnifying 10,000 hogs a day in Minnesota for a few months. Workers were getting sick in packing plants and often dying, and I think that raised attention to the issues that our organizations have seen in the consolidated meatpacking industry for a long time. So I'm wondering if you can tell us more about what happened during COVID and what your organization has done to respond to it.
Yeah. So when COVID started, it was the unknown for a lot of people, and we started doing national calls because what was happening in Colorado was what we were seeing here in Minnesota, and wherever there was a meatpacking plant, we were trying to figure out what the employer was trying to do and what our members were facing. And so what we saw is throughout COVID in the United States, when meatpacking plants closed down because workers were getting sick, Europe did not see the same struggle that we did, right? In Minnesota, right, farmers had to kill their hogs and lose a lot of their profit, right? In Europe, where we have smaller and more mid-sized meatpacking plants, they were able to be more resilient, right, with plant closures. Because if a plant closed in one area, they were able to bring the animals to a different. So they did not see the same struggle as what we saw here in the United States. And then I just want to, we also represent grocery store workers. And so when COVID-19 happened in our retail stores, workers were being inundated, right, with toilet paper, right? You couldn't find toilet paper, and if there was toilet paper on the shelves, people wanted to buy all of it, and people would get in fights over it, which posed a risk to our members. And so when we were talking about the Smithfield plant in South Dakota closing down, they produce 5% of all pork production in the United States. What happens when all of these meatpacking plants that are closing down, which is good for our members to help protect them, happen? And what happens when that food is not on the shelves in the grocery stores, right? What happens to our workers in retail? If people are fighting over lack of toilet paper, what's going to happen when there is lack of food, right? So it was this, how do we make sure that we are providing enough food for people to buy, and so there's not panic that there is a lack of food, but also protecting our meatpacking workers and our retail workers. And it was a difficult thing to navigate. And when you talk about antitrust, you see Tyson going to the White House and basically writing their own rules, right? And not caring about the workers, not caring about the ranchers, right? They get to just write their own rules, and the government gets to sign off on it, which was unfortunate. But that's kind of like what we saw and what we were trying to navigate, and every day was kind of uncertain. So.
Absolutely, that's powerful, and I wonder, we'll keep bouncing around a little bit, but I want to go to Hannah next, and then we'll go to you, Elizabeth. But Diana talked about the impact of consolidation on workers who work in these large packing plants, JBS and Smithfield in Minnesota. You're a farmer, but you don't sell to those plants, right? And so how does consolidation affect your operation, selling direct to consumer, and the life you're able to create in rural Minnesota?
Well, kind of actually the story that I told to the Fairness for Farmers campaign to National Farmers Union is that I grew up on a corn and soybean farm in southern Minnesota, and I grew up during the farm crisis of the 80s. And so actually during that time, my dad had to take an off-farm job, and of course who was hiring but Farm Credit Services, as they were needing more help to foreclose on other farms. And so While I didn't, hear the direct stories at the time, I grew up in an atmosphere where the feeling was very much known to me and all of my friends that farming is a really difficult way to make a living. So I didn't have a totally positive outlook on agriculture in general. And I didn't really understand all of the factors playing into it, until I went away to college. And I started learning about how kind of the economics worked, and learning that, farmers in commodity markets don't have control over the price of any of their inputs. There's very few suppliers to buy from, and they set the price and you have to take it. And then on the other end, you don't have control over the price that you're getting for your end product. Again, you have to take whatever you can get. And so really you're farming in a straitjacket. And so I really only, tiptoed my way back into agriculture when, living on the East Coast, I saw that there was kind of a new movement of farmers, young farmers, who were doing things differently. And, that was tied in with the organic movement, but it was also really based on direct marketing and the community-supported agriculture model. And so this is where I started to see a way out of that straitjacket. And so now I raise grass-fed beef and lamb and pastured pork. Because of my practices, I don't have to rely on those inputs. I don't have to pay anyone for fertilizer because of the way that I'm raising my animals. I'm direct marketing, and so I'm selling all my products to the end consumer just through my website. However, I've come to a realization that I still haven't totally escaped that straitjacket because of consolidation still. So I can't do everything. While I've added marketing to my portfolio, I can't also find the time to butcher all of my animals and do the meat cutting as well. So I have to rely on skilled labor for that. And unfortunately, because of consolidation, there are very few USDA processors for me to work with. And because of that reason, I'm really limited to what I can offer my customers. So, I can do things one way, but if I want to add a new product, if I want to add value-added products, which is often a way to make more money, I have no options. I could drive a lot farther, but also it's really hard to get into a new butcher. You have to have a relationship. I'm booking already a year in advance. So I can't grow. I can't grow quickly, like when the pandemic happens and suddenly I have an influx of customers. I can't just suddenly add more animals. The butcher can only take so many, and I don't have anywhere else to go. We're also getting into agritourism, and so we're going to start an on-farm store. But again, my butcher, because they're already so busy, they don't have any incentive to add more of these value-added products, so I can't get brats and hot dogs to sell in my store, and that's what people would be buying out of that location. So yeah, I thought that I was kind of escaping, and yet I'm still finding that while I've kind of gotten out on some issues, there's still consolidation affecting my ability to grow a business.
Absolutely. And if I could ask you to build on that too, and I think this ties into what Diana was talking about with the supply chain challenges, but I think it's easy to, when we think about market reforms or anti-monopoly policy, it's easy to think about people as farmers or workers or consumers, and that ignores the fact that oftentimes people are all of those things, right? 85% of farmers or more have off-farm income that they rely on to support their operation. All the folks who are dealing with those supply chain challenges and angry customers were also struggling to find toilet paper, I'm sure. And so I wonder, Hannah, if you could say a little bit more about you as a consumer. I know you've done work around dollar store, building on the last conversation, and living in rural Minnesota, and what consolidation looks like there.
Yeah, so in our little towns, my town has a population of about 350 people, and we still have managed to keep a gas station that has expanded into selling a little bit more groceries, and a hardware store / ag store, and a small cafe. And really this is because of tourism in a way. People are coming up and going to the cabin, and so they do want that small town feel. And that's something that I'm trying to build on too with agritourism, is like, this is a region with something to offer, and we're a unique place and wanting to draw people for those reasons. However, we've been facing the dollar stores trying to move in. So we have one grocery store in the little bit bigger town called Sandstone, Chris's Food Center. And they had a second location in Pine City that actually closed when Walmart moved in. And so now, for the kind of little area of 5 towns or so, all shopping at this one grocery store, there's a Dollar General on one side, and then in the past few years, a Family Dollar moved in on the other side. So it's literally sandwiched between 2 dollar stores. And then in my town of only 300 people, they also came in and tried to start one there. And then when the city township was able to keep them out, they actually moved about 2 miles down the road and approached an egg ranch, which, despite the fact that they had about 20 barns full of egg layers, was also going out of business because that's considered too small in the industry to make a profit. And it was only because of citizens paying attention and being active that the township also turned them down. So, but that's the thing, you have to be paying attention, and you have to just be vigilant and have people really care about your community and what it looks like and keeping those businesses alive, because it's just relentless, they're not going to stop.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think that one thing that I'm passionate about is I think the business owner from Moon Palace in the last panel talked about us being in a trance or something with regard to Amazon. And I feel like we sometimes get in a trance thinking that believing that we can vote with our food dollar. And okay, I can be against dollar store and I won't shop there. And we don't think to talk to our township about banning them from our neighborhood, which is more powerful. So before we get to Elizabeth and talk a little bit more about the AG, what the AG is up to, and what tools they have available. Diana, did you want to say anything about the folks you represent as not just workers, but also consumers, building on what Hannah described?
Yeah, no, I think what Hannah described is also where our meat packing processor is located, but usually in rural Minnesota, right? And it's the same thing where when you have the Tysons and the Smithfields and the JBSs of the world, I know Tyson sells to Walmart. Well, Walmart, and a multi-million-dollar contract, and when Walmart comes back to Tyson and says, we want X for a price instead of Y, what we've been paying, what happens? Tyson's not going to turn down that contract. They're going to go back to their labor and cut, right? So when we talk about antitrust, it's not just between meat packers, it's also within retailers, right? Like Walmart can squeeze Tyson for a few extra cents per pound or per package, and then that affects our workforce. And then talking about the cattle, when the number one union industry is pork, and then it's beef. The least union is poultry. So when poultry gets increased, the union density is a lot less, so it's harder to keep those union standards of safety and better wages and better health and retirement benefits. So they have less buying power. Workers, right, have less buying power within their own community. So yes, they're working at the plant, but they can't afford to go shop at or buy Hannah's products, right, because they're not earning enough. And if they're lucky, maybe they can drive to Walmart if someone has a vehicle, right, within their family. But that's another thing, is a lot of meatpacking places will bus people in, workers in, 40 miles away, so workers don't even have their own transportation, right? So like they're really owning the labor force in a sense, kind of like what Amazon is doing, which also doesn't help the small business owners in small town America. So it's kind of it's a trickle down effect, and it's just like cyclical, right? Like one problem is leading into another, which, you know, doesn't help workers or consumers.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, now going to Elizabeth, and I might start with relying on your expertise and maybe from a former gig that you had working in grocery antitrust. And we talked about that some in the past panel, and we've touched on it here. But what tools does the Attorney General have, and what are the opportunities to help in that space?
Yeah, so I practiced antitrust private plaintiff's firm for about 15 years before joining the Attorney General's office about 2.5 years ago. And in my former life, I did a decade-long case against some wholesale grocers. So the person sitting in this chair in the last panel, his story was so familiar to me, because independent grocers were increasingly having less choice, almost down to one. And what we alleged in that case was that there were 2 wholesale grocers, who are the ones who drive the trucks, into those grocery stores, conspiring to allocate customers in geographic territory. So in that case, what the grocers were seeing was less choice, but we were alleging that was deliberate and intentional. And so I think we look often at a macro level, but without the stories of the individuals here on this panel and previously, we can't do our job, because we can't gather the facts to be able to understand that the intentional and deliberate actions are actually violations of antitrust law. And so I appreciate hearing about all the inputs, because that was another thing that I was thinking of in coming here today, was that we look at seed, crops, cattle, poultry. So it is, like you said, what who you're trying to sell to, and then what you need in order to bring that to fruition. And the Attorney General's office has been looking at it from a variety of angles. Because the Attorney General was a former legislator, from day one when I joined the office, he said, okay, what laws are working for us, which aren't? If they aren't working for us, let's try to change them. And so we worked to support some laws in the Minnesota legislature. We're going to continue to look at places where we don't have the right tools, or we want the tools to be a little more clear about what we can and can't do when they aren't clear. And so that's been helpful, because it also is helping people recognize that maybe the existing tools need to be updated. Minnesota's antitrust law was written in the 1970s. A lot has changed since then, especially in our markets, especially in consolidation. And so that's one way. Another way is our federal enforcers sometimes are best positioned to be doing things. So the USDA is undergoing a process, because the current administration is looking at antitrust as a government of the whole. And so the Attorney General, under his leadership back in December, formed a coalition, a bipartisan coalition, to send the USDA a letter saying, here are some things that you should be doing under the Packers and Stockyards Act, being very specific about what us as states who have more connection to the people on the ground should be doing. And they are starting to take some of those steps. And now, recently, they have been making proposed rules to the Packers and Stockyards Act. So once again, under the Attorney General's leadership, a group of 10 states issued a comment, or submitted a comment to some of those proposed rules related to the poultry contract grower tournament system. And so hopefully we'll continue to be a leader under those where we want to kind of nudge the federal government when we can't directly partner with them on things that are important. I think the Attorney General is going to speak later today, and I anticipate that one of his themes will be that the public is our partner here, and the more we can hear about what people are experiencing on the ground, the better we can do our jobs, because we need those facts to be able to establish whether or not and to what extent the antitrust laws are being violated.
Absolutely, thank you. And if I could ask you to build on that and kind of broadly, but I know that for the Attorney General, food and ag, and that space has been a focus. Why has that been a focus for the office, and what opportunities have you found to push antitrust action in Minnesota in the food and ag space?
Sure. So the Attorney General, his theme is affording your life, and he wants to make sure that every action he does within his office is aligned with that. And it's no greater than the food that, how you can put the food on the table, and that is so important. Minnesota is a huge agriculture state, and he recognizes that. And so our office, when he first took office, had 2 people plus a half a person doing antitrust law. He pushed the legislature to expand that to 4 people. So instead of kind of just managing what we had to manage from a national perspective, we can look more locally now and spend more resources there. We've partnered with the Minnesota Farmers Union to have a clerk who's here today doing agriculture antitrust research and being able to support our team on that. There are things that our office is investigating that I can't talk about because they're not public. So just know that we're working really hard. I think that's where it's nice, where we can issue comments and other things to kind of maybe preview what we may be doing behind the scenes. But I think that focusing really on from the beginning to the end of all of the agriculture systems, I think also there are a lot of mergers going on in this space as well. And so being able to put resources into looking at those mergers, one of the things that we've been seeing more recently is that vertical integration. So companies are acquiring other companies along the supply chain. And so taking a look and encouraging our federal enforcers to take a look at all the levels in which that particular merger may be impacting things. Everything from transportation, like the rail that is required to get, crops and other things to and from, being able to understand if a merger goes through, how will that impact each level of the market. So I think thankfully, we have added resources. Hopefully someday we can add more, but I'm just continuing to try to lead on this from a Minnesota perspective.
Absolutely, thank you. And I love the Attorney General's tagline, which he's always sure to include, about affording your lives and living with dignity. And when he's spoken with us, he's connected really powerfully the idea that, if you're a dairy farmer and the company who buys your milk says they're not going to pick it up anymore, or they say they're going to pay you below the cost of production, that's taken away your dignity and taken away your opportunity to continue that operation to the next generation. And I was with Commissioner Peterson at the Department of Agriculture last night at a county convention after Hannah's, and he said, last month we lost 23 dairy farmers in Minnesota, and that was not an aberration, right? Those are folks who, if they're not raising cattle anymore at all, won't be hiring that local vet. They won't be hiring the HVAC installer. They won't be going to the local hardware store, making it tougher, in my mind, for young farmers to build a life in that community, the next generation, because all those support industries aren't there. And so I wonder if I could go back to Hannah, and if you could talk a little bit more about the challenges that beginning farmers face related to consolidation and the urgency in addressing market competition for the next generation of farmers.
Well, I have a similar story to the dairy story, in that another young farmer in my county who grew up on a dairy farm and wanted to continue to stay in agriculture, but also growing up on a farm, he had some of the same experiences as me, so he wanted to do things a little bit differently. So he convinced his dad to transition to growing organic grains. But when they looked at transitioning the dairy herd to being organic, they couldn't get an organic milk truck to drive and pick up milk from them. So now they have to buy in conventional feed to feed their dairy while they're growing their own organic grains. Thankfully, I get to buy those grains to feed my pigs. But, so as a beginner, where you are matters a lot in terms of what you have access to. And generally, when you're a beginner, you only have access to land that is not near those facilities you need because of the land prices. And so access to land is huge for beginners, and where land is affordable is often out of range of the services you need. I can say the same thing for like rendering services. So I can't get access to rendering services for any dead stock. I have to use a wildcat sanctuary that happens to be in my county. So, you know, there's like lots of, from both sides, there's things that are hard to access. And then, you know, of course, there's the issue of access to capital too for beginners. Convincing a bank to lend to you when you don't have access to the tools you need to run your business is really difficult. Yeah.
Absolutely, thank you. And thinking about access to capital, small businesses, Diana, we talked about workers that you represent as consumers, and building on what Justin asked the last panel, but what about potential business owners, you know, in rural Minnesota? I think that's a really powerful idea that's harder to realize. And wondering if you could talk a little bit about the potential there, what would be needed to create that reality that folks could move into owning businesses independently.
Yeah, so there's a lot of meatpacking places in rural Minnesota are, you know, aging out and they would like to retire, but then there is no one to buy their business. And like the workforce and the skill is just not there. Like people don't have, one, they don't have the capital, and then second, they don't have the skill to work in the industry. So we were talking, and Stu and I were talking, and I know in Ohio, UFCW has a worker-owned cooperative for wholesaler. So they sell produce in the Cincinnati area. And I think it started about 10 years ago. And they have grown, but they've kind of stalled out. They haven't grown past, I think, like 15 worker owners. And the one reason they haven't grown is because they can't compete against the Walmart and the Krogers, right, of the area that can buy produce at a cheaper rate. So they've started this worker cooperative, but yet they can't grow because they can't compete with the other wholesalers in the region. So that's a problem. So I think, worker cooperatives are really interesting because, you know, who has $10,000 to start a business, right? Or, you know, and then pooling resources, and what does that look like? And I would just like to acknowledge that I know sometimes people say like, oh, labor and farmers working together, like, whoa, that's, you know, what? It's crazy. And I just think at the previous session, what the Amazon worker was talking about how, you know, the boss is saying, oh, unions are bad, organizing is bad. They pit workers against each other, right? And they're fighting internally instead of the company, right? And I feel like that's the same thing what happens in right? Like they tell the farmers, oh, labor is the reason why you can't get a fair price. And they tell the worker who may be undocumented or may, you know, who are just trying to survive, saying like, oh, well, it's the farmers who are, you know, like we can't give you more because of the farmers, right? Like they're pitting us against each other, and we shouldn't be fighting against each other. We should be unified and say, no, the problem isn't the farmer asking for a fair price, and it's not the worker asking for a safe and dignified workplace. It's the company trying to impose these lesser standards on both the farmer and the worker. And so that's why, like, Stu and I have been trying to be very collaborative and saying, what can we do? How can we change this industry to support rural Minnesota, but also both farmers and workers?
Absolutely. And And I think you're absolutely right that, workers are told to blame farmers and vice versa. And I think part of the challenge is the lack of transparency in the industry. It's really hard to tell who's making the gains. We have a clear idea as Farmers Union, but I wonder, Elizabeth, if you could talk a little bit more about what it takes for the state to build an antitrust claim, or a private firm like you did previously, the research it takes, where that exists, and where gaps are in getting the information that you need to build a case against these companies.
Sure, I'm glad you mentioned that. I think, one of the things I didn't previously mention is that often, the public, as I mentioned, can help because usually where the antitrust violations are occurring is where something's happening that doesn't make economic sense. There's a company acting against their own self-economic interest, previously, maybe they're selling something below cost. Why would they do that unless they were trying to deliberately harm a competitor? And so that's where I think if everyone out there is just making their own observations in their own communities, they can help us. One of the challenges in antitrust is that under current law, there's expert analyses that need to be done in order to assess whether there was harm and then how much that harm was. And so that can get expensive. We're trying to, as I mentioned, explore ways in which maybe the law should be different on that, especially for a public enforcer, because there might be, an abusive dominance standard, like the New York law was proposed, and in Minnesota there was a similar bill proposed as well. And so maybe shifting some of those burdens off of the state or the other federal enforcers and onto the companies that clearly have all of the bargaining power. That is something that, I think I heard so many stories of where the bargaining power is just gone, and they don't have the ability to bargain anymore because they have one sole supplier, or they have one sole company that they can sell their product or their labor to. And so there seems to be at least a better recognition that some things need to change. But right now, I think we can at least do our best under the existing laws and try to gather evidence, use the economic and expert resources we do have to bring cases. But the more information we can gather, the better.
Thank you. Yeah, and to build on that with your own idea, but this is something I'm passionate about as the kid of a mom who ran a small town newspaper, but the erosion of local news and the lack of actual reporting happening in these communities is a challenge for creating that public record too, and I've heard you talk about that.
Yeah, I was just going to say, in that old grocer's case that I was on in private litigation and in previous cases in private practice, we would look up old news stories on when plants would close, because often local newspapers would report on when, plants would close down, and then we would have a record of when they closed. And now we don't necessarily have that local news reporting, and then it's up to the plant themselves to self-report when they're closing and what that's, reasoning is. So, yes, local news is a very good resource when they're there.
Powerful connection. Well, thank you for expanding on that. And I wonder if we can go to a couple questions. Does someone have a mic again, or we can? Fantastic.
So this question is for Hannah. I'm sorry if maybe you explained this before. You mentioned about that there are suppliers that is it that because of where your farm is located? Could you just explain a little bit more about that, of like that not being able to get the inputs to your farm? Is that accurate?
Well, for me, it's more about how far away the butcher is and what services they offer, and also because there's just so few, you kind of have to develop a relationship where they'll continue to work with you, so you can plan ahead, because you only get so many butcher dates, and you have to plan them a year in advance. I guess it's not so much the inputs, but the same thing as for like the dairy. So you have to be a certain size in order for them to even consider coming up to pick up from you. So oftentimes, in terms of inputs now, I guess this is coming into direct marketing too. So a lot of people are getting into shipping meat, direct marketing their meat that way. And it's getting really, really difficult for anyone of my size to buy like the shipping materials you need to do that. You have to order a whole pallet. And so that's where cooperatives come in. Now direct marketing farmers are trying to cooperate and buy these things together, share like warehouse space to store this stuff and have the truck just deliver one place. So oftentimes it's about scale. Sometimes it's just distance if it's like a physical location.
If I could add to that, while people are thinking, raise your hand if you have a question. But I think one thing we talk about, 4 packers in beef packing, and we think, oh, folks have 4 folks to sell cattle to. That's not true, right? It's 1 or 2, and if you have 2, God forbid, someone at the sale barn uses the bathroom, and then you only have 1. And those are the real stories we hear from farmers. Well, if there's no questions, I wonder if, and maybe we could start with Hannah, but if you could talk about something that makes you hopeful in this space. That can be a story or an idea, something you're excited to make true, but I think that's really important as well.
Yeah. Well, I think the wins Minnesota Farmers Union has had in the meat cutting programs at the Central Lakes College and the community colleges, and also the mobile meat processing unit. Obviously, it would be awesome if we could have more of those in our state, servicing more small farms. And I guess what makes me really hopeful is that that's what consumers want too. I don't have any shortage of customers, and what customers care about is not efficiency. They actually care about the opposite. They care about animal welfare, and they care about my care of the environment. And they also want the transparency to be able to come to my farm party once a year and actually see those animals in person. And so I'm really hopeful about kind of harnessing what the consumer wants to change some of these laws for farmers.
Thank you. Diana?
Yeah. I think what makes me hopeful is just being in this space, and I know working with Stu for the past couple of years, labor and farmers, I think back in the 80s and the 90s probably didn't make any sense, right? Or people would laugh at it, and sometimes certain people still have that thought. But we're kind of challenging that thought and saying no, we can be partners and we can work together, because we should not be fighting ourselves. We should be fighting against really what's keeping both of us down, right? What's harming farmers and harming workers. And just being able to be in this space where we can work together, right? Because I want the animals to, I grew up in rural Minnesota too, right? I want the animals and the farmers to be treated well, because I know workers can't have a job and they can't buy the farmer's product unless they're being paid fairly, right? We are connected, and just supporting each other is just exciting.
Absolutely. Agreed on that, and speaking for the farmers, maybe not the union members, and hopefully even more soon, but there's not enough of us to stand without you, so we're proud to link arms. And Elizabeth?
I would say seeing antitrust as part of the national and local discourse. This forum is a very good example. I've practiced in antitrust for a really long time. I used to have to explain what I did, and people would get glassy-eyed and not understand, and I do not have to do that anymore, because everybody, for better or worse, antitrust is now a tool that we need to use to kind of reverse some of the things that have happened over the last several decades. But I think just people in general have a better understanding, and that gives me hope.
That's fantastic. And last call for questions. Does anyone have anything for any of the panelists? All right. Well, Elizabeth, we'll end with you. If there was one thing that the state legislature could do next session that would make all of Hannah and my and Diana's dreams come true for a fair and competitive market in food and ag, what should they get done?
The antitrust bills?
Yeah.
Actually, though, also there's a right to repair bill.
Yep.
That would probably help local farmers. I think there is a no poach and no solicitation bill. There's a number of bills that the Minnesota Attorney General's office is supporting, and I bet they'll be up on the Minnesota Farmers Union website at some point, but I think, take a look at those. They'll probably have committee hearings on those, so make your voice heard.
Fantastic. Well, thank you. Round of applause.
Lunch is ready outside, so we'll break for lunch and be back for the healthcare panel at in like 30 minutes, I think. So thanks, everyone.
want to get started now? Yeah. All right, we're going to let folks trickle in. I'm Katie Milani. I'm the Senior Policy Advocate with Institute for Local Self-Reliance, and we are now in the final part of the program. We're going to pivot to our panel on healthcare and pharmacy consolidation, and I'm going to pass it off to Sarah, who will be moderating.
And are these all, it's a good distance, this thing on? Good, all right. Thank you so much for having me. I'm Sarah Greenfield. I am a policy analyst and lobbyist with O'Connell Consulting, which is a small firm that works mostly with nonprofits and grassroots organizations to have a stronger voice in shaping the policies that affect them. And I come from a background in organizing and have been focused particularly on healthcare policy and advocacy since around 2008. Which tends to focus in a lot of the consumer advocacy space around access and affordability. And that is very closely tied to the issues that we have a great panel here to discuss today, but not always in a way that's clear. So I'm really excited to hear from all of you about how consolidation is impacting and concentration is impacting our healthcare system and decreasing human interaction in ways that are really critical to care and affordability and access. This is resulting in a failing system that harms patients and workers, and we'll hear about both, and as well as how marginalized groups are left out, leading to racial and geographic disparities in care. So I will just give the name and organization, brief intro of our folks as we go. I want to get right into the discussion, and you'll learn more about them through our conversation today. And also, I think the QR code on your agendas will lead to their full bios if you're interested. So we have John Farina, the Associate Director of Advocacy for the AIDS Healthcare Foundation. Tracy Jones is the Executive Director of the AIDS Task Force of Greater Cleveland and National Director of Mobilization Campaigns for the AIDS Healthcare Foundation. Rose Roach is the Executive Director of the Minnesota Nurses Association. Jessica Astrup-Arrett is a third-generation owner of Minnesota-based independent pharmacy Astrup Companies. How did I do on your last name? It's Astrup. Thank you. Jessica Astrup-Arrett. And Steve Simonson serves as treasurer and managing partner of 5 community pharmacies in Minnesota. So welcome to all of you, and thanks again for being here. We're going to kick off our discussion with John. We're intentionally starting with him to ground the discussion in the patient experience. Thank you for your courage in speaking today about your experience as someone both living with HIV and sharing your unique perspective on this work. My question to you, and a number of the questions that are going to come up today in conversation, I think are going to mention PBMs, pharmacy benefit managers. So I'm going to model what I'll ask of all of you as we go through, do our best to hear the acronyms that we're always throwing out and spell them out. So pharmacy benefit managers are a kind of middleman that, as many middlemen do, came up with the promise of saving costs and has grown to have a sort of scary amount of control. So I'm hoping you could tell us how your care and the care of people with HIV generally is impacted by consolidation in the healthcare system, and including consolidation in pharmacies, PBMs, and their anti-competitive practices.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you for having me today. So HIV care is very largely dependent upon trust, and so a person who has HIV needs to know that they can trust all the people in their network of care. So their case manager, their doctor, the other people that they work with benefits and things like that, and also their pharmacist. Their pharmacist is a really important part of that because that person knows their situation and knows the medications they need to take and knows how to talk to them about the side effects and things, and is a person they can trust to talk to. So at our pharmacies at AIDS Healthcare Foundation, our pharmacists know our clients. Much like many of the independent pharmacies that you'll hear from later, family-owned places that live in their communities, that interact with their communities, and know the people that they're working with. That relationship is really important. So if you break that relationship and take away that part, you end up with a person who may fall out of care. You end up with a person who no longer feels the same trust in the system or in what they're doing. So you end up with someone who may not take their meds or may not get their meds. Mail order is a good example. A lot of these companies are forcing people into mail order pharmacy. For me, myself personally, if a package comes to my house, my husband opens it, he knows I have HIV, no big deal. But if I am someone who lives in a house with, say, 3 or 4 roommates, I'm dependent on those people for the roof over my head, and the package comes and one of them gets nosy and opens it and says, oh man, John has HIV, ooh, he has AIDS, we can't have him live here, and boom, we get kicked out. That starts a cycle of not only taking a person off their meds, but it affects potentially their addiction issues or their housing issues, all their healthcare issues, both mentally and physically. So you can't really force somebody into that package because it's not so easy as to say, oh, well, you can just get it in the mail. The other thing is, like, if you have a concern or a question about, about the drugs you're taking, I can go to my pharmacist at AHF and say, hi, Tara, can you tell me about this? Or can you tell me I'm getting a side effect here, or this is happening? With big CVS or some of these other companies, you have to pick up the phone and call an 800 number and get put on hold. And maybe I'll get somebody who knows what they're talking about. Maybe I won't. I might get transferred to somebody else. I may never actually get to somebody. I may never actually get through a human being. Press 1 for this, press 2 for that, press 3 for that. For a lot of people, that's complicated. That's not easy to deal with. So that becomes a problem. Again, it breaks the level of trust, it interrupts the level of care. And, to go to the pharmacy itself, those pharmacists are forced to push out X number of prescriptions an hour. They're just really just sitting there. They're machines moving these things. They don't have time to talk to their patients. They don't have time to really interact with them. So this whole system, these PBMs are kind of forcing on our communities, is really detrimental to people overall, but especially someone living with HIV, where you have already stigma, you have already a whole layer of other things, and now you have to deal with, how do I deal with my medications? Where do I get these things from? And then finally, I think, these big box companies are coming into communities, and I can speak to the experience, in Cleveland. I live in a largely African-American neighborhood. Pharmacies like CVS and Walgreens and Rite Aid and these big companies have come in and they open up these big box stores, maybe 2 or 3, there's 2 on a corner or 1 down the block from another. They open them up, they buy up all the small independent pharmacies' prescriptions, and then about 2 or 3 years later they close. And now the people again are forced to either rely on going to mail order or going to these tiny little drive-through pharmacies, but they don't have a car, so they don't so it becomes again another layer of problems for people to access their medications. And that's really the bottom line is, the way I stay healthy is I have my pills, I take them every day, and that's how come my HIV load is undetectable. That's how come I'm healthy. I'm fortunate that I have, privilege and insurance and things like that, but a lot of our clients don't have that. And so this really is a burden on a lot of those folks.
Thank you. I think living as I do, many of folks do here around near where George Floyd was murdered, when many of the pharmacies in that area were suddenly closed for sort of an indefinite amount of time. It was really a wake-up call there were many important wake-up calls through that moment, but I think that level of the healthcare access and realizing the sort of power that these companies had to decide whether to come back, when to come back, and how difficult it was for people to access their meds was really noticeable. So thank you. We're going to go next to you, Tracy. Tracy Jones with the AIDS Healthcare Foundation as the Executive Director of a case management organization. Could you tell us about how healthcare consolidations, again, including PBMs, are hurting your clients' access to services?
Absolutely. And first of all, thank you for having us, and thank you for this opportunity. Because I operate from 2 particular hats, one as a provider of services that has a pharmacy and a clinic, but also as the executive director that has day-to-day interaction with people living with HIV and AIDS. It's very clear how both of these pieces interact. From the side of the provider of the small community-based pharmacy, one of the struggles we have is in Cleveland, in the state of Ohio, we're down to 1 PBM. Some places there are 2 or 3, and these things operate, along with, and it was, Mr. Bedoy said earlier, as vertical monopolies in lots of cases. So we've even find situations where you figure out a system, all they do is figure out how to kick you out of that new system, and where that gets evidenced is we're a specialty pharmacy which should allow us to provide medications such as those that provide care to people that are living with hepatitis. Well, the PBMs will say, yeah, but you can't provide that drug. So even in those instances where you do everything you can to get those specialized necessities so you can provide the care that's needed, these big box or these PBMs will cut you out of that. For our pharmacies, our reimbursements are very low. You know, it's kind of like that was said on the first panel, you got to take it or leave it. Whatever they give you is what you got to take. And then the clawbacks, so basically they give you up front, we decide this is how much we're going to establish, we're operating with this is how much we're going to get, and then the penalties come in. And while it's a sole source drug that you have to use, they try to force you in to using generics. And for some of these drugs, the generics just aren't very, very good. In the case of one of the medications for HIV, it was detrimental to the bones and the liver and the creatine of our patients. And so we don't want to use that drug, but that's the drug that a lot of times we get forced into. So from that perspective, you're dealing with a real human. So we say, well, here's what you need to do, because we'll find that patients just get kicked off their insurance plans. And you're like, okay, so you need to call in. We're going to walk you through with the case manager to make sure that we get you on another plan. Well, you can't even grieve it. When you sign up for that plan at the beginning of the year, you sign away your rights. So you can't even say, I don't want that insurance company anymore. Well, in some instances, if you can and you do have a grievance process, you stay on the phone and they switch you around, like John was saying, from place to place to place, till the patient just gives up. So they're stuck in a crappy insurance plan that only will pay for certain amounts of their care, or potentially puts them at harm because that information is getting sent to their home or to their employer. So having these single source kinds of insurance companies or these middlemen that are making decisions for people's lives is very, very dangerous. And I think the final thing that I would say is, like in Cleveland, we actually do live in a pharmacy desert. Where my agency is located, the next available pharmacy is probably about 28 streets away in any direction. So that's not really, really good for people that live in that community that don't want to get their prescriptions by mail. I want to walk in, I want to talk to somebody, I want to have an interaction. A lot of our patients are starting to age. They're not used to mail order. That doesn't feel comfortable. What if it doesn't arrive? Our mail order kind of sucks if we're using, if you're not using FedEx or one of the big box delivery systems. So it is not one size fit all. We have to make sure that we're allowing patients to have space and the ability to have an involvement in their health care. And so with that, I'll yield.
Thank you. Well, we're going to talk more about pharmacy and I think come back to some questions around that. But our next guest, our next panelist, Rose Roach, is the Executive Director of the Minnesota Nurses Association, has been a bit busy the past few weeks, and we're grateful that she could be here. And hoping, Rose, that you can speak to the impact on both patient care and nursing from the consolidation and the merger mania taking place right now within hospitals, and how it relates to the 15,000 member strike that is not on right now, but your negotiations are ongoing around Minnesota right now.
Sure. Thank you, Sarah. Greetings of health and solidarity from your nurses. I am not a nurse. I'm a 30-year trade unionist, so I was that disclaimer. So when looking at the impact that hospital, private clinic, and health insurance consolidation has had on cost, quality, and access to health care, there is only one conclusion that can be reached. It's failed miserably. And why is that? I want to start from the beginning. Why does healthcare cost so much? Many health economists have held for decades that excessive healthcare costs in the U.S. are due to two things: physician greed and patients getting too much care. We overuse healthcare. In other words, paying for healthcare using a fee-for-service model incentivizes volume. Therefore, providers prescribe unnecessary care to make more money. That's insulting, and it's not evidence-based. That unsubstantiated theory's solution to bringing down costs is to squeeze physicians and squeeze patients. You squeeze physicians by shifting insurance risk to doctors and hospitals, holding doctors accountable for the cost of care, giving them capitated payments for a certain population of patients, by creating, HMOs and ACOs and PPOs and EIEIOs, as I say, direct contracting entities, all of which use capitated payments and limited networks. Then you squeeze the patient and make them stop getting so much health care. You increase deductibles, co-pays, co-insurance, you underinsure them, you make them choose between a whole pill or a half pill 3 meals a day or 2. And this is how the U.S. uses market forces to control prices in healthcare, using perverse financial incentives to somehow improve care quality. The problem is healthcare doesn't operate under general economic market forces. I don't decide to have a heart attack one day because Alina has a discount on bypass surgery. We don't shop for health. When we're sick or injured, we need care. We look to healthcare providers to diagnose and treat us, and we trust their professional judgment. Health is a public good, not a consumable good, and until we're willing to commit to a healthcare system, not a healthcare marketplace, that puts patients before profits, this convoluted, fragmented, and dangerous system will continue to add costs as cottage industries around electronic medical records, PBMs, and third-party administrators suck up more and more of the precious healthcare dollars that aren't going directly to care. On the issue of overusing healthcare, it's based on how we pay for it, supposedly. Research it doesn't document that this claim is actually real. It's very difficult to find evidence of overuse. The reality is we're paying the wrong fees for the wrong services. For example, we pay more for knee replacement surgery, very lucrative for hospitals, than we do for mental health services. But in that way, we do have to reevaluate how we pay for health care, but not because it's the reason for the high costs overall. It isn't, but because we need to bring parity to our care delivery system. But how do we do that when we have no consistent payment system? Underuse is far more prevalent and costly to our system than is overuse by a factor of 4 to 1. People choose not to access care, mostly because of costs. This false belief of what's driving health care costs, plus the treatment of health as a commodity, is the genesis for consolidation and mergers that are taking place within our healthcare system. This business model, using HMOs and ACOs as cost containment tactics, have driven up prices in 2 ways. Administrative costs have soared for both insurance and provider sectors, and mergers and consolidations have increased exponentially. As stated in the Impact of Hospital Consolidation by the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, quote, hospital consolidation generally results in higher prices. When hospitals merge in already concentrated markets, the price increase can be dramatic, often exceeding 20%. What that looks like here in Minnesota is that we're down to basically 8 major hospital corporations: Essentia, Mayo, Sanford, CentraCare, mHealth Fairview, Alina, Health Partners, and Hennepin County Medical Center. Consolidation and merger frenzy, has been a direct result of managed care, and it is not bringing down healthcare costs. But one thing it is doing is it's causing significant stress to our direct care providers. Our care providers are experiencing moral injury. Moral injury occurs when clinicians are repeatedly expected in the course of providing care to make choices that transgress their long-standing, deeply held commitment to healing. And moral injury has a direct correlation to the current healthcare staffing crisis. And the staffing crisis is a public health crisis. Healthcare employers claim that it's due to the nursing shortage. That claim is unfounded. There is a record high of 120,000 nurses that are currently registered here in Minnesota. The only shortage is a shortage of nurses who are willing to risk their nursing license and the safety of their patients by working under unsafe conditions that the hospital industry has created. It's this overall exploitation and lack of value and respect for nurses and all of those who work in the care economy that brought 15,000 nurses of M&A to the difficult decision to go on strike for 3 days last week, not only for a fair contract, but for the safety of their patients. Nurses did not take that decision lightly. They wanted to be at the bedside, but the worsening current crisis of care and retention in our hospitals and these corporate healthcare employers' refusal to address these issues has left them no choice. The crushing conditions created by executives in our hospitals, including the deliberate understaffing of nurses and other healthcare workers, pushing them to do more with less, are driving a crisis of retention, pushing nurses away. A recent survey found found that 67% of nurses were considering leaving the bedside in the next few years. What will we do without nurses? The crisis of retention and short staffing is also a crisis of care. A recent Minnesota Department of Health report showed an increase in adverse events for Minnesota patients as a result of the overwork and understaffing of nurses by hospital executives. As hospitals consolidate and merge, a trend that they are adopting to keep labor costs down is known as the lean model. Lean as in a way to do more and more with less and less human effort, less equipment, less time, and less space. It's about minimizing cost to maximize profit. A truly disturbing example of how the lean model worked during the height of the pandemic was nurses being told there is a shortage of N95 respirator masks. To protect themselves and their families and communities, nurses procured their own masks, only to be threatened with disciplinary actions, have masks ripped off their face, and be ridiculed for using masks that they brought from home. The lack of PPE inventory was a direct result of this lean model. It also caused a drastic shortage of nurses and other frontline healthcare workers while de-skilling the profession of nursing. Another ominous consequence of consolidation mania is the creation of healthcare deserts. We see this happening across the state, particularly in rural communities such as Albert Lee, where Mayo shut down the maternity department, causing women to drive up to 50 miles in labor to safely deliver a baby. And in downtown St. Paul, over the past 3 years, mHealth has, after merging with Health East, closed one of 2 long-term care hospitals in all of Minnesota, Bethesda, resulting in a loss of services for patients with high care needs. And following that up with the closing of St. Joseph's Hospital, the oldest hospital in the state of Minnesota, which provided vital services to a vulnerable community, depleting access to care for those suffering with mental health and addiction illnesses. But don't worry, mHealth is going into partnership with Acadia Healthcare, a for-profit mental health company that has described the investment environment for a behavioral facility in the U.S. as a large market with attractive trends. Talk about the wrong focus when we are determining services for patients suffering with mental health and addiction illnesses. This is all too common in northern Minnesota as well, but thankfully in one case, M&A nurses in the Duluth area worked with their community to prevent Catholic Health Initiative, a Colorado-based healthcare conglomerate strapped with major debt, from merging with Essentia Health. Add to that the move to this hospital-at-home model and more artificial intelligence means of providing care, and we're now in a world of hurt, literally as well as figuratively. It is for these reasons our nurses felt it necessary to go on strike, for us, their patients. Nurses have given hospital executives every opportunity to fix the problems they created in the hospitals, and they must be held accountable and return the hospitals to their mission of patient care. So what's being done about consolidations? Some citizens are taking on hospitals in the courts. Last February, a group of citizens in Connecticut sued Hartford Healthcare. This class action lawsuit argues hospital consolidation has crushed everyone's bank accounts and led to the rise of anti-competitive contracts that force insurers and employers to accept a take-it-or-leave-it terms. We have to make sure that federal and state authorities have what they need to stop hospital mergers if it's not in the best interest of the community and the patients. At the state level, Attorney General Ellison and his office have shown they're willing to stand up for consumers against big corporations. We need to ensure his office also has whatever tools he needs to take care of the healthcare facilities in our community. Consolidation, mergers, value-based payments, all failed market-based fixes that we keep trying over and over again. Why? Well, as Willie Sutton once said when he was asked, why do you rob banks? He said it's because it's where the money is. I fear that's the same reason we now have private equity investors, billionaire businessmen, and Wall Street managers focused on the healthcare industry. It's where the money is. But nurses know that profiting from another human being's suffering is immoral and unconscionable. We're in a crisis now. We can't stop. We can't continue this tinkering. We must guarantee truly affordable healthcare for all, no exceptions, which is why the nurses are fighting here in Minnesota to pass and implement the Minnesota Health Plan and nationally for an improved and expanded Medicare for All system, because as David Lloyd George once said, you can't cross a chasm in small steps. I want to end my remarks by reading to you a short blog from a nurse, Emily Perscala, during the peak of the COVID-19 pandemic. Emily wrote, "If I die, I don't want to be remembered as a hero. I want my death to make you angry too. I want you to politicize my death. I want you to use it as fuel to demand change in this industry, to demand protection, living wages, and safe working conditions for nurses and all workers. Use my death to mobilize others. Use my name at the bargaining table. Use my name to shame those who have profited or failed to act, leaving us to clean up this mess. Don't say heaven has gained an angel. Tell them negligence and greed has murdered a person for choosing a career dedicated to compassion and service. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, and thank you, the nurses, for your leadership in confronting this. And I think each of you have said in one way, and you've really crystallized that this link between profit, the profit motive, and the drive for consolidation. Jess, could you tell us more about your pharmacy and what it means when PBMs offer these take it or leave it contracts, and maybe just a little more about how the PBM really works in your world?
Sure, absolutely. That was a tough act to follow. I feel like I have to find my energy now. So take it or leave it contracts are kind of a buzzword that we hear all the time in healthcare, especially in pharmacy. They are exactly like they sound. They come across a fax machine, since we still rely on those heavily in healthcare. Most people don't. Comes across 14 to 35 pages. Somewhere in there it says you have anywhere between 30 days to deny this contract in writing, and you are forced to make a quick decision that impacts a lot of people. So I wanted to give a specific example, so I wrote down some notes because we've had a few of these recently. Steve and I talk about them all the time, but we just had a situation December of last year, so December 22nd, right during the heat of the holidays, end of the year, insurance changes. Fax came across our specialty pharmacy's desk that said it was on December 22nd, we had until January 31st to respond in writing if we wanted to turn down this contract from one of the big 3 pharmacy benefit managers. So essentially they came to us saying, if you don't decline, these rates will go into effect starting on March 28th, 2022. So call it 3 months, and we had to make this decision. So in the case of this single contract, it was 35 to 40% of our overall volume. So we have a pharmacy that serves patients who are often on medications that require a higher touch, that require prior authorization, that are not always brand name, but often brand name. So we're doing a lot of extra work to get the patient taken care of, just to be handed a contract that says, you're gonna see 5% come off of your profit in 3 months. At the same time, we're left with this decision of, these patients have relied on us for a maintenance medication every 28 or 30 days, and now the patient's going to be disrupted in their care. One of the main medications that we fill out of our specialty pharmacy that was going to be impacted by this significantly is a migraine maintenance medication, the only medication in its class. There is no generic alternative. People have failed the old medications that are out there, the old faithfuls, they've already failed those. So this is kind of a last-ditch effort to get migraines under control. And many of you probably know, being a migraine sufferer is extremely disruptive to your daily life. You can't work, you can't care for kids, you can't care for your parents, you can't often even get out of bed if you're a person who suffers from migraines day in and day out. So we have all of these patients, 40% of our entire population, who could be disrupted because of this PBM choice. So PBM sends us a 14-page document. In there it says, because of our responsibility to plan sponsors, so employers, we have to decrease your reimbursement. It's costing the plan too much. So as a self-funded employer ourselves, we have yet to see our costs go down ever in the last decade. So I don't know where the savings are coming from that they're taking in these contracts. So they take 5% off the bottom line. Our profit goes down to less than $10 on each one of these prescriptions. Mind you, they're expensive prescriptions, and our profitability is just cut to single digits. We often have to mail these out. We have to do prior authorizations. There are pharmacists involved in every step of this process, but we care about patient care. So we accept the contract, despite us nearly taking a loss. By the time we ship the medications, we are taking a loss. So that's one example. Another example that happened in July of last year was another big 3 PBM sent across a fax to each of our individual locations. So we have 13 community pharmacies in small towns. We have pharmacists who work there. We have many technicians, and faxes come like hotcakes in the morning. You just have tons and tons of faxes. If you're not sifting through and finding this paper, you will miss it. And again, if you don't deny in writing this contract, you are stuck with the terms of it. So this one, Steve and I talked in detail about with other pharmacy owners, which we're not really supposed to. You're not supposed to collude with your peers, but we're all trying to navigate this world of contracts that truly are a loss without any expenses. So the pricing that they gave us, we couldn't even walk in and unlock the door. Like, there was no payroll could have been could have been used to fill these prescriptions. So we declined the contract. This was a contract for 2024. We don't even know the implication of that. We don't know even what members, what customers, what patients will be impacted by that, what employers. But we had to make a decision, and in pharmacy for too long, we accepted every contract. Now we can't. We know that this would have been a suicidal move to our business. So we turned down a contract. But like I said, it negatively impacts us, but we have some time to plan for that. We can make some moves. The people who it really negatively impacts is our community members who end up on that plan. For example, we have the only pharmacy in Houston County. So in Minnesota, there's an entire rural community, largely farming, small manufacturing. And if and when we go away because we can't at least break even in these towns, no one else is coming in there. Your only option becomes mail order. And I've been joking with these guys today, but I've been trying to track down a beta blocker medication for a dog all morning that I had to send in the mail because the patient was out of town, and we can't rely right now on the logistics of Postal Service to get things done in a timely fashion. People need human interaction to know that that circle is closed in healthcare. So take it or leave it contracts are forcing us to make decisions that either we can't serve our community members or we can't turn our lights on, and there's no negotiation. We don't get to go back to the table and say, well, if you could just give us, instead of a 5% cut, we could do a 2.5% cut, and we could still make it, and you could give money back to that employer, you know, who you're really gonna pass that savings on to. We don't get that opportunity. And Luke's laughing over here, but that's what they tell us in all these letters. It's for the plan sponsor, it's for the employers, but really, we can see all of their profitability go up every quarter, record profits in the PBM industry, and those of us with feet on the ground, like you're saying, are the ones that are really struggling. So that's what a take it or leave it contract is. It's exactly what, I didn't even use half my notes. I was just so energized about you. But the last thing that I wanted to say on it is, in my small communities, some towns have multiple pharmacies. Many of them don't. But even in those situations where there are multiple pharmacies, oftentimes the patients who end up with us, as some of my favorites, have been fired from every other pharmacy in town. They're too high maintenance, they take up too much of their time, they require too much communication with their doctor, and every other pharmacy in town says, we don't have time for this. We don't have time for you. And then they'll have a friend or a doctor or someone else say, go to Sterling, go to Goodrich. They'll give you the time. And without us there, some of my most desperate patients in the hardest times, often low income, often with a language barrier, they don't have a place to go. Mail order is a phone tree. And so we have the people who need us most without an option. And that's just the reality we're living in, and it's getting worse week after week, really. It's not even year over year, it's week after week. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you. And thanks for continuing to do that work in that area. Steve, you're the treasurer managing partner at Goodrich Pharmacy. Could you give us examples of the drugs where you're wildly under-reimbursed, one of the side effects of these contracts, and why do you accept those terms sometimes?
I'd be happy to, and I'm also going to repeat some of the things the other panelists have
Great.
said because they're very important. Goodrich Pharmacy has been in business since 1884. That's 136 years. We've been adaptable, nimble, bendable, and very innovative over those years. But it's become harder and harder to keep the lights on and make payroll due to the unfair trade practices we experience every day. 95% of our business is from insurance-covered patients, whether it is the government, their employer, or self-funded. And those insurance companies usually own or contract with pharmacy benefit managers. They are very vertically integrated, meaning they control all aspects of patient access to a pharmacy and their services. First, they control entry, meaning they do the contracting for pharmacy services, take it or leave it contracts, like Jess said, a short timeline to sign, no accountable person to talk to in any way, an answering machine that's never answered, and no address or name to send a letter to. They present us terrible contracts at reimbursements below our cost every day, while they make record profits. Number two, there are direct competitors steering patients to their own pharmacies and their mail order systems, or who they pay more than they would pay their independent pharmacies or other pharmacies that aren't owned by them. And three, they finally set the payment for those services. Many now own their own insurance companies, which contract with them, and their own pharmacies, and pay themselves more for the same medications. Our reimbursement rates are terrible and have been going down for 20-plus years. And our expenses, as you know, inflation, have continued to go up. Reimbursing below cost and medications or break even at best has become the normal. We expect bad contracts to keep our relationships with our patients and serve our communities. We have a professional obligation to be their chosen healthcare provider until they decide to go elsewhere and see someone else. Here's an example of higher payments to one of the chain pharmacies. One of our pharmacists was out of town in Wisconsin visiting his parents. His son got sick, went to urgent care. They prescribed an antibiotic. He went into a CVS store, and he had to pay him $40 for half the prescription, 20 tablets. So he only took half the prescription. He went back home and filled it at the pharmacy he was responsible, and we were only paid $29 for exactly the same manufacturer, medication, same quantity. There's something wrong in that. As far as patient steering, we had a long-time patient, over 45 years. She came in crying that she could no longer use our pharmacy after being forcefully steered to a pharmacy system that owns a major PBM and an insurance company. She sobbed, "We're the only good thing in her life since her husband died 4 years ago." We hear stories like that every day. Weekly, we receive letters, phone calls from them asking us to sell our pharmacy business to them. They rarely offer the staff jobs. They close the pharmacies, transfer the records miles away to one of their stores or their mail-order business. Access to the pharmacy and their pharmacist is greatly diminished. Besides PBMs paying some pharmacies more than us for the same exact prescriptions, these pharmacies hide this information by not showing the amount paid on the patient's receipt in many cases to hide their rates against best practice requirements. In the last 90 days, and I ran this report yesterday, we filled 53,000 prescriptions. Of those, 4,939, which is 9.3%, were paid below our acquisition cost that we had to pay for the medications, a loss of $68,000. We filled 780 brand prescriptions that have generics, and for a very low margin of $1,250, that is an average cost for the brand names of $261 per brand medication, with our average cost for the same generic prescription only being $23. Companies mandate these brands over generics to capture the lucrative manufacturer's rebates and don't rarely pass them along to employers or patients. For most brand name asthma inhalers and insulins, we are frequently reimbursed over $10 or more below cost at the end of the day and lose money on every one of those prescriptions, but do it because it's the right thing to do. The patients need those medications. We filled over 1,300 prescriptions where total reimbursement, copay, and whatever the PBM payment was less than $1. National surveys have shown that a pharmacy's cost to fill a prescription averages $11 at a minimum per prescription. All healthcare is local, and our pharmacists are located where our patients live. We're the ones who gave COVID shots to the homeless shelters, women's shelters, assisted living facilities, and nursing homes. We work very closely with Anoka County and the Minnesota Department of Health to make sure that all facilities, no matter how small or far away, had access to immunizations and pharmacist services. We say in pharmacy, the most expensive drug is the wrong medication, delivered without a pharmacist delivering patient care with no follow-up to see if it is working and not causing any side effects. Our relationships built over years with other healthcare providers greatly benefits patients with better outcomes and lower costs. Something has to change. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank all of our panelists for these opening comments and most of our panel, but we do have about 15 minutes left, I think, to take some questions from the audience, and somebody gonna grab the mic as well. Thank you. And then I can add some too. Did I see somebody tentatively raising a hand over here? Yes, there we go.
Thank you. I'm Phil Longman with Open Markets. In the television market where I live, I see frequent ads paid for by Big Pharma talking about this evil thing of PBMs and how if you're mad at your price of drugs, you should get mad at PBMs. I'm naturally suspicious of such a message being paid for by Big Pharma. If you could, anyone who would like to address the relative degree of culpability here between PBMs and pharma, to the extent that there's a distinction between the two of them anymore. Thanks.
Great question. Anybody chomping at the bit?
I can try to tackle that a little bit. It's a complicated situation. We are seeing a trend that kind of moves away from the partnership between PBMs and manufacturers. We're seeing more and more drug products come to the market and working directly with a dispensing entity or having their own. So we're seeing more and more manufacturers do like a limited distribution process for their medications. So they come out and they say, we are only going to work with these couple of pharmacies. We're going to limit the people who ever even touch our medications. Sometimes we can't even get medications directly through our wholesaler. So there's a battle ensuing between the two because it's all about formulary placement. So the brand name medications, they want to have that prime place on a formulary. They want to be preferred brand so people can have access to it without jumping through all of the hoops. And if they don't find that placement on the formulary, which is dictated by the PBM, then the brand manufacturers get all up in arms because their medication is no longer, or is not going to have the market share in the timing that they were expecting. So it's really these dollars in the background moving, in my opinion, that has to do with placement on a formulary that's created this battle between the two. So pharmacy benefit managers, I do think, when I talked to previous generations of my family who were in this business, they came out and started doing an okay thing. They really were created to contain costs and streamline a complex situation, but then saw these opportunities to grab dollars from manufacturers being one of them. But the scary thing about it, which Rose mentioned, is now actually, I think it was even earlier that it was mentioned, is that now we have pharmacy benefit managers telling doctors that what they prescribed is not best for the patient with whom that doctor has a relationship with. So that's kind of terrifying. There are many reasons that a doctor might be choosing a more expensive or a lesser known product for an individual. And I think that the PBMs have inappropriately jumped in between that relationship. And healthcare in general has just devalued the provider. And I include pharmacists as providers when I say provider. Has just devalued those relationships. So that was a lot of words. I don't know if that answers your question, but there is kind of a battle ensuing between the two right now.
Yeah, it was all fine when they were giving them smaller rebates. They made their own bet, and they started giving PBMs replacement on formularies way back when they first started, and they ever increasing rebates, and the PBM saw that it was a great resource. Then they were allowed, there was a federal court case that let them advertise prescriptions, medications, which we're the only country in the world that allows that. To advertise prescriptions on TV or radios, et cetera. And so like Jess says, they're basically telling the patient what's the best drug, who argue with their physicians. The control is in the wrong place. But as long as the PBMs have consolidated their monopoly, they control so much power, and the pharmaceutical industry is finally chafing at the power that they've given. That's my opinion, that they're kind of, we'll see how it changes, but.
From our perspective, we see them as a two-headed monster. I don't see one is better than the other. I only give the one. I mean, I really chafe around pharma because we know that those are drug companies that are putting their finger on the scale. From the perspective of the PBMs, well, we just transferred the power over, and now it's a vertical monopoly. So CVS owns the pharmacy, the drug, and the distribution of the drug. So they're both, it's like Godzilla got split in half.
Yep.
I would just add too, from the sort of policy perspective, that there's been some progress, modest, on regulating PBMs, but that comes out of that decision to hey, let's point the finger at these guys, and it's needed, right? And we need more of it, and yet it is also, that doesn't mean that over here, who's pointing the finger is not also driving a significant portion of the costs. Were you about to jump in?
I was just going to say on a little broader level, I mean, it's happening throughout healthcare in general, right? So hospital systems are generally self-insured, right, for their employee benefits, okay? So, but then they have third-party administrators, so they might have a Blue Cross Blue Shield or whatever, right, come in. And it's just the most fascinating thing because on the one hand, they say, you know, you're using too much healthcare, so we have to increase the, you know, the cost of the premiums. And then at the same time, the insurance companies fight with the hospitals about what's the cost and what's the reimbursement rate. I mean, if anybody really knows what it costs, what anything in healthcare costs, let me know what that is, because I'm telling you, you can't find it out. It's shrouded in secrecy. And it's different if you're with Medica versus Medicare versus, you know, you're on Medicaid, you know, versus Blue Cross Blue Shield, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, it's nuts. It's absolutely nuts. And it's why we have so much waste in cost in the system as well. But for the nurses, I mean, so they say to the nurses, well, you can get this premium cheaper as long as you stay in network, and in network is them. Right? So not that nurses don't love their hospitals and stuff. Of course they do. They work there, but maybe they don't want their employer knowing everything about their and they'll say, oh, we don't know that. Yeah, okay. But the thing is that it's like, all right, so you figured out how much the price is going to be on the front end with these premiums, and then you're figuring out how to reimburse yourself on the back end with what the costs are. It's like the company store. I mean, for those of you who are young, might not remember from labor history days, because we don't teach that anymore, but it's like, what is going on here? This is absolute insanity. There is a price to this. Figure it out, reimburse it appropriately, make sure the people who are actually providing care are responsibly and fairly compensated for that, and move on. This is healthcare, for God's sakes.
Right.
Makes me nuts, sorry.
And I think it all speaks to the fact, and the things that we've heard today, whether it was the grocer or the bookseller earlier, the farmers, the independent pharmacists, we've lost track of people, and the people that we take care of or that we serve or that are in our communities. We focus now on profit. It's all about profit, profit, profit. Who's making profit? And ironically, they don't want our friends at the end of the table to make any profit. They want all the profit. So we've lost track of individuals, of people, and the whole system is broken because now it's all about who can make money and where they make it, and they're all fighting with each other, and like you said, pointing fingers in different directions. And who gets lost? It's the person living with HIV in Cleveland. It's the woman in rural Minnesota who needs care, or whoever it is. The people are the ones that get lost because it's all about profit. And we forget that we really need to be focused. We go back to who we are and what we're supposed to be doing in the first place.
Just to clarify, are we needing to wrap up, or we have a little longer? I got my wires crossed. Okay. I think we're gonna hear a little bit about solutions from our Attorney General in a few moments. But so if we have any final comments from anyone here about solutions that you have in mind or have supported, I think we might just have time for that.
The only thing that I would say, and this kind of piggybacks on what Rose said earlier too, but if we just focus on the people with feet on the ground actually impacting patient care, I think we'll make the right decisions. If the focus is too much on cost or products or who's at fault or whatnot, I don't think we're going to get anywhere. This is really about human beings who need access to care, and we can argue preventative or reactive or whatever, but really if we put the humans first, who have been too far out of the equation now, I think we'll make good decisions. That's all I was going to say.
Great. That's a great note to end on. Thank you. Thank you all for joining us.
Keith Ellison's remarks.
right, everybody. This is, we've had a great day today and great series of conversations. Started off with that really important speech this morning by Commissioner Bedoya. And now we have the honor of having General Keith Ellison with us, and it's my great honor to introduce General Ellison. He's my friend, my close ally, and often my inspiration. Over the years, I've had the privilege of getting to know many leaders in Congress and in legislatures and enforcement positions all across America. And as is my wont, I usually try to bring the conversation swiftly around to the issue of monopoly. The only leader who understood this issue immediately once we started talking, who got it completely in all of its depth, breadth, and terrifying detail was Senator Elizabeth Warren. But that was only until I met General Keith Ellison a few months later. Not only was General Ellison able to complete every sentence that I started, he immediately translated it into a language that would explain the problem in a way that anybody, everybody could understand. Simple, human, personal terms. General Ellison is someone who has been a hero from the first. He's dedicated his life to public service ever since high school. He started his career as a criminal defense and civil rights attorney for 16 years. He then served 4 years in the Minnesota House of Representatives and 12 years in the U.S. House of Representatives, where he also served as the leader of the Progressive Caucus. And it was only then that things got interesting, because that's when General Ellison decided to leave Congress voluntarily and return to Minnesota to serve the people of this state as their #1 defender of the people's interest. As Attorney General, General Ellison has fought to lower pharmaceutical prices, hold opioid makers accountable for the deadly epidemic that they have created, protect tenants from exploitation, protect student borrowers, hold big corporations accountable for consumer fraud and deception, and to eliminate wage theft and pandemic profiteering and unfair evictions. General Ellison did all of this while serving as a leader for criminal justice reform and leading the prosecution in the death of George Floyd here in Minneapolis. And then there's the reason we are here today, which is General Ellison's fight to protect the people of Minnesota against concentrated economic power and unfair competition. General Ellison has fought to protect Minnesota's farmers and small businesses and Minnesota's healthcare workers, and indeed every Minnesotan against bullying, cheating, theft, and really any and every devilish behavior by the people who control big corporations. And he's done so in a way that has set a standard for the rest of the nation. So please join me in welcoming General Ellison.
Thank you, Barry. Thank you, Barry. And it's wonderful to have all of you and have you here in Minnesota. It is an interesting conversation that we're having at a very important time, because I can tell you that when I entered the United States Congress, there weren't too many people talking about antitrust other than Elizabeth Warren. But you were, and Lena Khan was, and you all were making this issue the issue. I heard about the work that you were doing, and we came together and we started a congressional antitrust caucus, and you spoke at some of the first meetings that we had. And we had a series of conversations that included agricultural concentration, how monopoly affects black and brown communities, which is a very important part of this conversation. If you think that small businesses get pushed out by the big dogs as they consolidate, think about minority-owned firms. You can barely buy hairspray made by a black manufacturer now. This is affecting the entire economy, and impacting everyone. And it is your effort, I believe, that has helped driven this issue to be what I believe is the number one issue. And when people ask about what's the main issue, they might not say antitrust, but they're kind of but what they're gonna say probably has something to do with antitrust. If they said inflation, I'm worried about inflation, well, they probably are being impacted by a bunch of CEOs on earnings calls boasting about how they're tacking on a little premium to their profit margin, right? If you want to talk about climate, well, why can't we get more progress on climate? Because of highly concentrated markets. And I can tell you, our lawsuit against ExxonMobil, they bite back. They actually had somebody introduce a bill to limit my office from bringing on fellows paid for by a foundation, right? And I got a feeling that they're up to some other stuff too. My point is that you, Barry, and others have made this issue of antitrust the key issue. I was at a meeting just the other day where I posed a question. I said, if I could tell you that by working on one issue, we can stop wage stagnation, increase small business development, increase product differentiation, preserve the family farm, and lower consumer prices, would you want to work on that one issue? And I was like, yeah, what is that? Well, that's antitrust. And so many of the things that impact people, when I'm knocking on doors, I'm an elected politician, I have to knock on doors and go get votes. People, in one way or another, are talking about this issue, and it is high time that we paid special attention to it. Let me tell you, in my office, I got some folks who I want you to meet. I want you to meet, could you guys stand up? Is it Elizabeth Lee? Oh yeah, Elizabeth Odette, who's leading the band, Katie Morkey leading the band, and then Zach Seitz over there leading the band, got him from New York, very much, you guys can have a seat. And then Keon Delsty, who is a law student, but who works in our outreach group, and he's doing a great job too. And we feel that I'm telling you that as long as I'm AG, we're gonna be trying to dedicate more resources to this group so that we can do more to help make sure that this economy is one where anybody can aspire to prosperity. That's what it's all about. I mean, what I tell folks is that we are in business to help people afford their lives. Is that what I say? I mean, my staff was like, yeah, that's what you say. 'Cause I say it all the time. But we can't afford our lives if some giant international amalgamation is soaking up all the resources and all the democracy and all the this and all the that at the expense of the average person. And so this movement, what I'm really talking about, Barry, is your leadership in a movement and all of our role in that movement. There has been a fairly large number of books written. Many of you probably read them. Hope you read them. But I was inspired by Barry's book, Move Fast and Break Things. That was one of the first books on high-tech concentration. Zephyr Teachout, Professor Teachout, wrote a great book called Break 'em Up. Amy Klobuchar wrote a great book on a monopoly and antitrust. And and I hope that we keep on generating articles and books and academic research, because this is all going to help drive that movement. But I also am very excited about meetings like this one, because we've got to break this conversation out of academia and out of the halls of Congress and get it into the community. And one of the folks that are really doing a great job at that is the Farmers Union in the state of Minnesota. The National Farmers Union has a campaign called Fairness for Farmers. And Stu Laurie is here. Stand up, Stu. The guy in the big beard over there. And they have a raffle going on where they're trying to raffle off a side-by-side, which is, for those of you who don't know, an agricultural vehicle that is multi-terrain in its ability to navigate ground. And on the side of it is plastered Trust Buster. Right, and so if you buy a ticket, you might get the Trust Buster. But the Farmers Union has also helped to sponsor an intern in my office who works on antitrust, because they're farmers, so they're trying to grow talent, right? And did y'all get that one? Okay, so we're real pleased to be working with them. But they are I believe, the vanguard of the popular movement to help people understand how market concentration is not good for all of us. And let me just say, market concentration hurts and harms real people and their lives. Just in the area of agriculture, again, sticking with that theme, a few months ago, a farmer in Rice County, Minnesota, explained that they only have 2 buyers when they are putting their livestock up for auction. That's too concentrated. Those buyers are in a position to just dictate terms. These farmers are very anxious and worried that they will show up and maybe only have 1 buyer or no buyers, and we'll have to accept any price that is offered. The limited choice of who to sell to and the price at which to sell causes their earnings to plummet. And there in Minnesota, just to skip over to dairy for a moment, we've literally lost hundreds of dairy farms in Minnesota over the last few years. I'll never forget Sonny Perdue was over there in Wisconsin and said, when it comes to dairy farms, you got to get big or get out, which I believe is the absolute opposite of what the Sherman Act and the Clayton Act and all the other laws require. It's not get big and get out. It's if you're too big, you can't exist. Do y'all remember too big to fail? How'd that work out for us? Not very good. But then we can move over to healthcare. There was a recent study that found over 75% of hospital markets are highly concentrated, meaning that one or only a few hospital systems dominate an entire local market. And right now, they're trying to concentrate again right here in our local community. And we have some thoughts about that we will be dealing with. And then not just the hospitals, also pharmaceuticals. I mean, we actually have been pushing litigation in the area of insulin. And I tell you, one thing that got me interested in this is when before I was even in Congress, I was at a community meeting, not too different from this one, and a lady walks up to me and says, "I got to talk to you." And when that happens and you're a politician, you know that you better focus your attention on that person, right? And she said to me, her name was Nicole Smith Holt, and she said to me, my son turned 26, which most mothers would be happy about that. But when he turned 26, he aged off the Affordable Care Act. So his insulin price went from a few bucks to about $1,300 a month. And as a result of that, he couldn't pay it, and he was too proud to ask me for it. So he started rationing his insulin. He's a type 1 diabetic, and his body went into ketoacidosis, and we lost him. And she said, "I want to know what you're going to do about it." And I talked to her, and I listened to her, and I shared with her what I wanted to do about it. But the only good answer I could come up with that satisfied me is to put myself in a position to try to enforce antitrust laws, because that is at the bottom of this outrageous pricing that we have in the area of insulin. I mean, here's the reality. I mean, when they discovered insulin some 100 years ago, the inventors or the discoverers sold it to University of Toronto for $1. It doesn't supposed to be out of the reach. Her son, Alex, he did not die from diabetes. He died because he couldn't afford insulin. He died because he couldn't afford his life. And that is what we are fighting to stop and to change. Let's talk about wages for a minute. One study found that the median compensation for American workers would be $10,000 higher if employers were less concentrated. Wow. Talk about housing crisis, food crisis, clothing crisis, people not being able to make it, can't afford health care. Come on, man. It's just taking from, and just putting yourself in a position to take from people. Another study found that a corporate consolidation costs American households $5,000 a year in purchasing power. There's a consensus around the studies, and this is something that I think wage-earning people want to know, but they don't know, and that's part of our job, is to make sure they learn. And let me also move on to the subject of democracy. an important, critical topic. In fact, the defining feature of our country, you might say. And democracy cannot exist where monopolies thrive. In fact, fighting monopolies means fighting for our democracy. As Louis Brandeis famously said, and I know you all know the quote, but I'm going to say it anyway. We may have democracy, or we may have wealth concentrated in a few hands, but we can't have both. If we have anything today, we have wealth concentrated in a few hands. And there shouldn't be any surprise to any of us that some people, feel that the days of representative democracy in America have come to an end. In fact, they fought to try to stop the peaceful transfer of power. I am telling you, these political divisions, these polarization, much of it can be found in these highly concentrated markets and how these problems manifest politically. I can assure you that if you are a member of Congress, nobody is going to try to bribe you. They don't have to. All they have to say is, "Oh, Congressman, have we ever done an event for you?" And you know what they mean. They're going to get their friends together and throw you some PAC checks, and that's going to help you get reelected. And if you start squawking in the wrong direction, they just ignore you. I mean, the great Paul Wellstone famously said this about one monopolistic industry. He said, when it comes to big tobacco, I don't take any money from big tobacco. I don't take any money from big tobacco. Of course, they don't offer me any either. So that's the way Congress works. If you don't sing their song, they can ignore you because there's plenty others who will. Very important to keep that in mind. And, so I just do on this issue of what do we do, we need to operate on multiple levels. We need to have a grassroots community engagement. Ms. McGillicuddy must understand what concentrated markets mean to her. And we've got to think about how to build that. We've also got to work legislatively, and we've got some good progress going on that. I'll talk about that in a minute. We've got to work in litigation. We've got to sue some folks. And we've got to change the way lawsuits are constructed. It's too expensive. Quite honestly, whenever we're going to take on a big case, and my staff knows this is true, we're going to get ready for the sticker shock in the area of cost shares. So like, oh, you want to sue this big dog, that big dog? Drop 50 grand on the table to get started because that's our share of the litigation and the experts. That makes it very difficult to hold them accountable. We need to change the litigation. We need legislation. We need administrative changes. We need academic thought and development on what we do, how we deal with the modern realities and how the modern realities are related to the old realities. We need all these things. And if we do these things and we stick to it and don't get pushed aside, we're going to have a better economy. We're going to have a better world. We have a more democratic world. We're going to have a cleaner, greener world. We're going to have a world that's more just and more equitable. But let me just talk about some of the possible legislative solutions. There are limitations. I want to talk a little bit about federal bills. There are some strong bills proposed in Congress. I'm sure you probably have already talked about them today, but none have yet to make it over the finish line yet. It's going to need to take all of our effort to get them there. On the state one of them is the State Enforcement Venue Act. Now, this is very important. It gives state AG offices the ability to control the venue that they bring their antitrust cases in. Actually, these days, if anybody gave me a choice between state court and federal court, that's a no-brainer. Where do we go, Elizabeth? State court. We don't want to be dragged over there. But it would be nice if we would have that choice. The Department of Justice and the Federal Trade Commission already have this ability under federal law, and states are looking for the same protection. Minnesota laws, right now, we're working on and have worked with legislators who are eager to work with us on this, about cleaning up and updating our state antitrust laws, bringing them into conformity with the federal Robinson Patman Act, and passing abuse of dominance additions to our legislative package. We're also interested in this issue of right to repair. We've heard from Minnesotans that if the device I own is broken, shouldn't I get to decide how my device is repaired? Seems like a simple request, wouldn't you say, Stu? But you start messing around with that tractor, you're gonna lose your warranty, and get into a whole bunch of other problems. I mean, the bottom line is it's not just agriculture. It's phones. It's all kinds of things. And I remember when I was a kid, there were repair shops. When's the last time you saw a repair shop? Well, this is because of this kind of development. And so developments in the area of right to repair, there was a complaint filed with the FTC against John Deere in March. It alleges unfair methods of competition, such as agreements of restraint of trade and monopolization, and unfair deceptive trade practices. In March also, we supported legislation proposed in the Minnesota State Legislature for the second session in a row on digital fair repair. And so we are working on this issue as well. And I mentioned rulemaking. We have been active and we've coalesced with AGs. And I want to say to the folks in this room, I'm not the only AG who cares about this issue. Phil Weiser really cares about this issue. Tom Miller cares about this issue. And there are a number of Republican AGs who have expressed interest in this issue, from PBMs to a number of things. So this is space for us to work together on something, and I think we should definitely make that effort. I'm speaking from the perspective of a Democrat, but I can assure you that I'll work with anybody who wants to make this economy fair for working people and regular folks. But the rulemaking, we've offered comments and helped to develop better rules in the area of the Packers and the Stockyards Act. We've urged the Department of Justice to investigate price fixing in the cattle industry, and we helped work with 16 AGs asking the USDA to improve competition in the meat processing industry. As you all go back to your various states, meet with your AGs. Talk to them about your concerns. And then me and your AG could get together and work on some things together. Many hands makes light work. And I think this is an organizing challenge that we should all take on. So let me just wrap up by just talking about state enforcers and how state enforcers have a particular and important role to play. Minnesota recently joined the Department of Justice and the New York AG. You've seen Tish in the news recently, right? And we're suing to stop the United Health Group, which is located here, by the way, from acquiring Change Healthcare. In this case is about control and use of individual medical and insurance data. Unfortunately, the court issued an order this week denying the challenge and allowing the merger to proceed. That's why we need to think about who's on our federal benches. That we need a new era of antitrust jurisprudence. However, only after litigation was imminent did the parties take certain actions to address certain issues that the government had identified as anti-competitive, and we're going to continue to stick with this case to get every bit of reform that we can. Suboxone just recently survived its summary judgment challenge and is headed to trial alleging anti-competitive product hopping to illegally obtain exclusivity. And there are a number of active public multi-states in various stages of litigation, including generic drugs, Facebook, and 3 different Google cases. Let me just wrap up by saying that this effort, we won't go from where we are now to some nirvana overnight. But if we start now working on all the various fronts that I identified and you identify, I am promising you that in a few short years, this economy will have a new jolt of energy, exhilaration, we'll have a fairer economy, and we will have better politics. But we've got to identify it and we've got to stick to it, and I'm honored to work on it with all of you. Thank you.
Well, that was great. It's a great way to end the day, and I think makes it a lot easier for Stacy and I to get out of here because you said everything that needs to be said. So, including you used the word democracy, putting that out there. We only have a couple minutes, and I kind of want to get to the issue that's, foremost in a lot of people's minds. You touched on this, which is, being able to work with Republicans. And, you were the head of the Progressive Caucus, and that put you on one wing of the Democratic Party. Yet you had very good relations.
Yep.
With many Republicans, constructive relationships. Is that still possible?
Yes. But I think it's important to start out with the idea that, look, you guys are the ones talking about free enterprise, right? Remind them what they believe, they say their belief system is. And that requires certain things. It requires atomized buyers and sellers. It requires information, free information. It requires, a number of features that we don't have. And I can't tell you how many lectures people want to give about free enterprise in markets that are anything but competitive markets. And yet, so the opportunity is there. There's a lot of folks who are genuine in their belief. Our big problem, part of our problem really is politics and democracy. I could have given a whole section, I guess I did talk a little bit about this on campaign finance. I believe that Citizens United really was a pro-monopoly decision, It's a pro-monopoly decision. It's like, okay, and so there are some, but I think that there's room to get along. I know that Amy Klobuchar, I've talked to her, and she's got some folks on the other side of the aisle willing to work. But I think you just got to ask them, you got to invite them, and you got to talk it. You got to sound it. And if you do, you'll get somewhere. And like Tom Miller, Max is from Iowa. He's great at working with Republicans, and on issues of ag, and on issues of particularly in remotely located communities, healthcare, particularly like psychiatry, mental health. They need answers, and if they don't get them, they'll take them from where they can get them, So I think the answer is yes, but it's not going to be easy.
And is this actually, having worked in Washington and then having come back to the state, and is it this kind of bipartisanship, is this something that can be built up from the states up? Because, we've seen some remarkable actions in the last few years come out of the states.
Mm-hmm.
Unlike, states have had antitrust authority for well more than 100 years. But what we've seen with nearly every state coming together to take on Google in 2 cases and Facebook, that's unprecedented, and that's a bottom-up democracy.
That's right.
So do you see ways for people to rebuild this system, even if Washington is?
Yeah, honestly, one of the good things about Washington is they have a lot of resources, but one of the bad things about Washington is if you start there, it's really hard to start there. You got to start out here, and you start here, and by the time you get to Washington, you get FTC or somebody or a committee, a bipartisan group in Congress. Then the issue already has some momentum, right? I think the next frontier in terms of doing bipartisan stuff isn't necessarily in Congress. I think it's at the community meeting. I think we need to really work hard to have community meetings that have people of diverse ideological positions. Because if somebody's child is schizophrenic and they live 2 hours from the nearest, healthcare facility, they're not off into the ideology. They want to get their kids some help, there's one cooking here right now that really does worry me, and I can tell you that people want answers, and they will cross lines to help they will cross lines to save their farm. They will cross lines to help their kids. They will cross lines to get their needs met. Actually, all the bickering we do is like a byproduct of the comfort that we have. You know, we can afford to fight over nonsense in Washington that in parts of our states we just can't.
That's great. Actually, last question, and you can actually you can add a statement to this if you want, but, you know, this is, I mean, this can be really depressing, these issues. You know, seeing, you know, we're talking about the survival of democracy.
Right.
You've mentioned that, like, you just made the case that a lot of the dysfunction in our democracy is due to monopolization.
Right. I believe that.
You know, we're dealing with people who are being killed by monopolists who
Yep.
are taking their drugs from them, taking their hospitals and clinics from them. But you're not, you wake up every day and you keep fighting.
Yep.
And are we going to have a better tomorrow?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But you know, patience is not sitting back and hoping for the best. Patience is doing something every day, every day, every day with the hope and the faith that if you keep it up long enough, it's going to work out. And that is where we are. I mean, we should take a page from history. I mean, you're a historian, and many of y'all in this room are. I mean, they were up. The Gilded Age wasn't a walk in the park, right? You know, when you had the oil barons and the railroad barons and the steel barons and this baron and that baron, they were up against a lot, and yet they found a way to push back. And that's what we must do in this moment. And like, it would bear studying. How did they get a street level consensus that this work needed to be done? And so we need to do it. We need to tell people we're not trying to stop cell phones, or you know we're trying to make sure that this product is delivered to the public in a fair way. I mean, sometime the monopolist, one monopolist said to me the other day, "Oh, you're suing ExxonMobil. Did you drive here in a car?" I'm like, "Okay, genius. You know, if they hadn't lied about it, we'd be driving in a hovercraft or something." You know, so my point is that confronting the monopolist and the drive toward monopoly doesn't hurt, doesn't take away things that we like. It actually adds more of them. Isn't it somewhat fascinating to know that the world that we see is a pale comparison to the one we could have if we had fairer markets and let the creative juices of it, people just go get out there? I mean, you know, right now, you know, electronic vehicles are the rage. They could have been 30 years ago, right? We could have had all the charging stations that you would ever want 30 years ago. But a monopolist, General Motors, said, "You're gonna be addicted to gas, buddy." So that's what they decided. So I think that we've got to help people see the other side of the mountain. You know, that it's actually brighter over there.
Well, I think that's a great point to stop on, with that little glimmer, that little glimpse across the top of this dark mountain to that brighter side. Thank you, General Ellison. It's been really great to have you.
Thank you, Mr. Lynn. So, Elizabeth, Katie, and Zach, can y'all come up here? I'm sorry, are we messing you up there?
Oh,
No.
We're not gonna put it up, we're just, oh, yeah. Oh, sorry, man. Yeah, come on over here, man. So this is our, yeah, Stacy, come on in here. Cool, good. All right.
Thank you, everyone. It was so great to have you here. Terrific event. Really appreciated everyone showing up. I want to take a minute just quickly to thank. I just want to take a minute to thank the folks on the ILSR and OMI teams who made this happen. Pulling this together, you saw, just an incredible mix of speakers doing amazing work. And our two keynotes. It's been a great partnership with Open Markets. We always love to work with you all, and this was great. Katie Milani, Reggie Rucker, Luke Gannon, Ron Knox, and our team, really appreciate you bringing this all together. And OMI, Kate Dill, Claire Kellaway, Ashley Woolheater, really appreciate all the great work. And thank you all for coming. Great to have you here. Have a good rest of your day.